Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the Asia Championship 2021 Slam Dunk Mobile. The game will complete it this time. My name is Asarai. With me now is G10. And boy, oh boy, it is the final day of the tournament, man. And we are sinking our teeth into amazing matches and downright heartbreaks as we are dwindling down the numbers, looking for who will be crowned the champion of this 2021 tournament.
That's right. We're down to the top 4 teams in this tournament, Asarai, from 16 teams from 4 region. Now we're down to the last 4. It's S1, JD, Hot, and HM. And at the end of the day, only one team will be left standing, and that team will be the best Slam Dunk Mobile team in Asia.
Oh man, feels like Survivor for some reason. Who will survive?
That's right.
Yeah, again, just a quick little recap for our viewers who are just tuning in. We have selected 4 teams from 4 regions: Simplified Chinese, Traditional Chinese, Korea, and Southeast Asia, because graphics are going really quickly here, guys. And this has spanned over 5 days, starting from October 20th to what is now October 24th. And we've separated these 16 teams into 4 divisions so that we can have a fantastic spread of teams during the group stage, which lasted 3 days.
That's right. And man, those 3 days of group stages were pretty intense, but I feel like we got the most intense day yesterday when we were down to the best of 5s in our knockout stages. And well, a bunch of teams got knocked out. 4 teams were knocked out from those group stages. And right now, we are here, the top 4 teams. We're going to be starting with the winners finals in just a little bit. And if you don't know how the group stages work, each team, they did have to go against each other one time round robin. And now the knockouts, of course, a double elimination format, which is very, very common in the world of esports. And today we're going to have 3 best of 5s, 3 best of 5s and a best of 7. 4 matches in total. The best of 7, of course, being the finals. You know, just like a true basketball event that you see. You know, the NBA, they do best of 7s as well, quite commonly.
Yeah. I actually cannot remember for the life of me how those kind of NBA best of 7s work. Is it like span within like 7 days, or like I know it can't be like in 1 day, because I think that's way too taxing.
That's too much.
I think that's too ridiculous, because one game like lasts like 3-4 hours, right?
Yeah, I think it's spread out along 7 days, but they're not consecutive days. Anybody feel free to correct me on that, but yeah, I don't think they're gonna be doing
does
one
NBA Finals day work.
Yeah, here's two guys who definitely don't watch the NBA.
I watch it, but I mean it's televised, so I have no corresponding idea of what the timeline is specifically.
It's like,
right?
we don't follow it religiously, but we are following the Asian Championship 2021 religiously. So
very true.
S1 versus JD gonna be our first matchup for today, and the loser of that is going to drop down to the losers finals, while the winner will go on to the grand finals. Next, we're gonna have Hot versus HM. Whoever loses that drops out. They're the 4th placer in this tournament, and then whoever wins will go up against the loser of the first match to try to get into the grand finals. So right now, you know, there will be a second chance for whoever loses the S1 versus JD match, but in the lower bracket, it's all fighting for the tournament life, fighting for that chance to get into the grand finals, and it's going to be incredibly intense.
Yeah, if you think about it, if JD actually loses to S1, there is a chance for Hot to have a chance at another try to beat JD, because JD was the team that ultimately sent Hot spiraling down into the lower brackets, into the loser brackets, however you want to call it. So this really could be a chance for them to bring it back, because that went the whole 5 series, if I wasn't mistaken. It was, again, you know, remember JD and HB being on that amazing Rokawa. It really helped out the case. I felt like Hot was just not feeling themselves during that day. And now looking at least into specifically this series, S1 have yet to really I feel like make a big mistake. They have a little bits of maybe wrong turns here and there, but they immediately adjust to it. And JD, being a team that struggled to fight somebody like Hot and push it into, I believe, a game number 5, that is going to be something that they'll have to overcome. Because now, even if they can get out the lower brackets, if they get knocked down there, they're going to have to try to beat out S1 in a best of 7. Because I feel like S1 are going to be the ones to immediately be the first finalist.
Yeah, S1 definitely a big chance, because you saw how they played, committing to the Yoshinori strat quite a lot, just looking for the 3-point plays. They did that yesterday versus IRT, and for the first 2 games they did dominate, but when IRT kind of caught onto their strategy, they had to kind of adjust, and adjust they did. On the 5th game, they were able to take it home, and honestly, that was still a very close game. However, I do think that S1 has a very strong technical grasp of the game. Of course, Gun and Lon just playing off of each other incredibly well. Lion being a really good center as well, man. Gun, though, a smoking Gun. The 3-point sniper. Man, he really does kind of play that way, and he may not be going for the Yoshinori this time. You see the Kaide Rukawa hover here. On Lon, though.
I think it's fine. They have, I think, used this in the past as well. And if they did their due diligence to research JD, they should know that Xiao 7, when he plays that Yoshinori, if he actually picks it up, not really the most threatening of players, I'd say. And this has stemmed, I think, again, from JD just being more Kaide Rukawa dependent than I think they led on to be. But could be wrong on this one, but it seems like they are forcing the issue. But look how immediately S1 just pick up the Naito. One of the picks that we saw yesterday be quite well picked just to kind of answer the Yoshinori. But speaking of which, though, Yoshinori actually banned out by S1, so this could be the Kenji Fujima for Xiao 7.
Yeah, Xiao 7, they do have that option. The Kenji Fujima, very, very strong player, all around, very versatile, at least compared to the Yoshinori Miyamasu. But I think that is also kind of why they picked up the Naito. Oh, the Toru Hanagata is going to be picked up for S1. And yeah, Kenji Fujima, there he is, the point guard for JD. Already looking like a spicy, spicy game. It's really going to be up to Lon in this one for S1 to kind of be the star. Gun, while he is a really good Yoshinori player, we haven't really seen him perform on that Kaide Rukawa, so I'm excited to see what Lon's got for us.
Yeah, there's a lot to definitely watch out here for here from Lon. Usually it is, I believe, Terra that plays with this S1 team. They're a 4-man roster, right? So usually I think it's Terra, Lion, and Gun. But I believe Lon also does specialize on that Kaide Rukawa specifically. So that's why maybe they have this 4th man, kind of just cycling through their roster. And we'll see how this kind of goes. But I feel like, again, this is still a pretty respectable roster from both sides. There's going to be the jump ball already. Gun should be able to pick this up as immediately ZZ actually gives it away. Wondering what that was about. But regardless of the fact, that is going to be a straight-up attack at the rim. Still, though, nice little answer back by HB, who's actually playing on the Hanamichi.
Yeah, and really good good rebound here by Gun. This time, though, the Hanamichi Sakuragi will be getting the ball for Xiao 7. Now, Xiao 7 has a couple options here. He's going to go drive to the left and attempt a shot. Unfortunately, did not go through. This point is taking a little bit of time. Lon! He may be able to get this. Yes, an aggressive drive in, knocking Xiao 7 on his butt, and then going for the jump shot.
That ankle break is all what it starts, right? Xiao 7, again, player that has really struggled from yesterday. He was able to get a couple of shots in with the Yoshinori, and that was good and all, but it ended around like a 15-16 with HG either trailing or winning. They had like 2 games where that was like the similar outcome. But at least for now, with this Kenji Fujima, he has so many more things that he can try to quite well utilize just to open stuff up. A little bit of worrisome there. He did actually bump into his own to the Kaiderukawa, but the ball still in the possession of JD. This is perfect because now they can look for a two-pointer. It doesn't happen though. And S1 get back into possession.
Yeah, and Lon, he is showing up pretty big here. Toru Hanagata with the put in to keep the lead going for S1. 4 points already. But yeah, Lon guarding this Kenji Fujima is pretty good. However, you gotta watch out for the other two players. That Takinori Akagi dunk is not something that you can just discount. You saw Gun try to block it, but it was a little bit too late for that. Now S1, they have another attempt here. Lon gonna go for the straight up dunk.
Bit of a trailing here from JD. They're nipping at the buds, so to speak. Quick little answer from Xiao 7. Forces the way into the basket, and that will keep the lead a tad bit closer. Nice little bump in. It could be an immediate steal. Xiao 7 a little bit slow on the uptake. And there's the immediate attack by Lon. Mid-range jumper, still not going to be able to connect. And JD back into the possession. Now moving around with Xiao 7. I like the movement here. HB feeling his Kaiderukawa roots, but will get slapped away by the Kaiderukawa. They'll actually here, wow, wide open shot, but way out of the perimeter. A little bit too much wishful thinking, but S1 back into possession once again.
Yeah, a little bit of the same here from S1, but at least there is the Toru Hanagata to get those put-ins to kind of pick up a little bit of the slack so that Lon doesn't have to, work too hard. That's a wide open shot though. Kenji Fujima really good at losing defenders if you're not super quick on the uptake when you're trying to track him down, when you're trying to stick to him. But here we go. Oh, he actually gets blocked. That's such a hard tip into block. Here's another attempt at a 3. It falls really short though. Skyhook.
Why not? Oh, yeah. When you have that option to skyhook and nobody is expecting you, they're probably expecting you just throw a pass once again to your attacker. Why not, right? That should actually go in. That looks so perfect from Xiao 7 though. Still the pickup from that Akagi Tenori will allow him to keep it even, at least 12 to 10. Not really the biggest of leads here for S1, so this could be the perfect time. But speaking of which, that is just going to go under and over everybody. The two-hand layup loses 3 of the defenders looking to swat the ball away. And speaking of swats, Lon back into possession of the ball once again.
Very aggressive defense here from Lon, getting that steal.
Oh, no.
Big wide open shot, and S1 have widened their lead significantly. 6 points with only 57 seconds left on the clock. Can Xiao 7 keep it going? He just has his green light now. Or he may have had it earlier that I didn't notice, but right now, with only 50 seconds left to go, he's really gonna have to hustle. They are going to be able to get the block on the Euro step dunk from Naito though, so that's really good. Great steal there. And now Kenji Fujima, he should be able to get this. The rebound dunk from the Hanamichi Sakuragi will keep it close. 14 to 16 right now, and JD, they can close this gap real good. But ooh, what a fake out! What a fake out from Lon. He forced out the block from HB. And he got a wide open shot from that. Well done.
Oh man, G10, that was a big fail. Still, Xiao 7's Kenji Fujima really having some value here. Look at how much he's just been moving around the court, able to steal the ball at times even. Speaking of which, though, it's still not going to be enough. That is such a quick little setup. You bounce the ball on the rim, it moves a little bit forward, and there's a 4 lead advantage. Xiao 7, contested shot, but looks like it could, but it won't. Now, Lon back into possession once again with his teammate. That is just going to be the under-over. A simple layup. Sometimes that's all you need, and 6 points. Make it, 6 points in possession. That's going to be answered back, but 2 seconds on the clock, not really going to be enough time to win this game out.
Yeah, and yep, Gun going to try to go for the buzzer beater, gets blocked out, but that is a very good showing from S1 with the Kaiderukawa. There were some moments there where S1 really was just running JD around, but JD Very quick on the uptake, very aggressive. And when they get their offense going, it really gets going. This time, it wasn't enough to conquer the steady lead that S1 just was building up throughout that entire match.
That was such a turn of events, I would say, for S1 here. Really went down to the wire, to be honest. But Xiao 7, I think he made a couple of big mistakes there when he tried to force the issue of that three-pointer. I felt like it was out in the open. Once he couldn't find it, he still kind of forced a few more just for good measure, but that good measure actually turned to the worse for wear, because that wasted a couple of good seconds for the possession of JD to just try to attack at the rim, where again we just saw S1, whereas they weren't really afraid to counter that three-pointer out, and again, just really good stuff coming in from S1 overall.
Yeah, really great stuff, and I think the stats kind of speak for themselves here. Of course, Lon getting 14 points, really great, but the rebounds, I think, are where S1 really had JD beat. They were just in possession, in control of the ball for a long time, because Gun and Lion, they got 8 rebounds between the two of them. Kind of even, 4-4, but when you're picking up the Takanori Akagi and the Skinhead Hanamichi, you're kind of expecting, to at least compete a little bit more on those rebounds, especially when you have that Kenji Fujima and you want to be able to pass it to him as much as possible, just like, with a Yoshinori comp. That's kind of also the play that you want with your center and your power forward, but this time they just were a little bit slower than Gun and Lion.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like they were able to match the pace up for the most of that encounter. Now, JD being at the first pick of this HB can now have his signature Kaide Rukawa. S1 could be setting up with their own Yoshinori comp, but they still are going to be playing with a Lon here. So I think it's going to be fine. ZZ, yeah, there you go. Immediately will be giving that opening for the Kaide Rukawa. This should be the answer back with the double centers, but Tatsumata Oda is taken off, so that could leave Lion with the Hanamichi Sakuragi plus the Takanori. Really big hulky boy is just going to be getting control of that zone. And yep, there it is, straight up. S1 not missing a beat to just take out the good stuff already.
Very true, yeah. S1, they do just pick up the two very prolific members of the Shahoku squad, while HB grabs the Kaide Rukawa. But this does mean that JD they have the option to ban out what they want to force S1 into. So if they ban out the Yoshinori, they give Gun the potential of going into a Kenji Fujima just like the last game, but it's kind of looking like a mirror of what happened in the last game. Already the Kaide Rukawa and the Toru Hanagata for JD. Not sure if they're going to also go for the Naito, but there is a lot of options for Gun. No, they're not, because he's going to be banned. Oh, the Ryoji Ikigami though.
Oh, no way. Okay. Again, I always fear that these guys use like the Tomoyuki Kuda out of nowhere, but I mean, we're still in the realm of possibility. So it's gonna be Kenji Fujima straight up here. I think Gun has been a fantastic point guard here. He's not actually the IGL or the team leader, so to speak. It's actually Lion. But it has, I think, worked out quite well for them, because Lion shouts out the orders, and then Gun just how do you say this? Just executes it, and it works incredibly well, because I think like Lion now doesn't really have to think too much about what they need to do. And Akagi, since he only really needs to just rebound the ball, he can just keep track of the other 5 players on the court and make sure that your rotations and everything is in good position.
That's very true. Very, very true. And we're going to be heading out to some green this time in the park. Okay, first ball will be going over to JD, and they're having a little bit of trouble, of course, with the Kaide Rukawa's mobility. He is going to get that window dunk going, And JD grabbed the first point. Now I wonder how Gun and the rest of S1 are going to respond to this, because there are a lot of possibilities when you're playing that Kenji Fujima, but you need to match the aggression and the offense of the Kairi Rikawa, although they're not really hinging on the defense too much. JD, they're not trying to aggressively go for the ball, but that block is kind of what I was talking about when I said aggressively going for the ball. And now once again in the hands of JD, he goes for a shot, he gets put back in by the Toru Hanagata, and JD trying to give S1 a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, HB is such a big linchpin for the rest of the JD team. He, on this particular character, just has so much value to work with. And speaking of which, S1, quick little pass onto Lion there, and he opens stuff up with aggressive dunk from the Akagi Tsunori. Bring it back into possession of JD here. HB, wide open shot, sinks it, and that's going to be the 6-2. 4-point lead for JD here. And everything that they can take, they should. Oh, that's a really, almost a good shot from Gun there. Wide out in the open, but just trailed a little bit to the side. Xiao 7 denying another try at the take here. And he's got to be careful because Xiao 7 out for blood in terms of the defense.
Yeah, but in terms of the rebounds, Lion looks like he's on top of it until Toru Hanagata comes in. ZZ just going for it. HB once again going for the windmill dunk. Still gets it. And now 6-point lead for JD. That one will not go in. It's going to get put in twice, but unfortunately it will be well, fortunately, it will still land into the hands of Lion, who's going to be able to dunk it, but these threes have not been coming through for Gun.
Yeah, it's the risk you take, right? Still, though, Gun, great job at marking HB there. Just going straight up into his face and challenging. Speaking of which, these rebounds, as you mentioned, not really favoring the side of S1. They're struggling to take that, so their second try at a first shot always just keeps getting denied. It's JD who actually gets it. Ball almost fumbling over the hands, and HB opens stuff up. Look at how much he just moves around the court. Now they're on a 6-point lead once again. HB, such a fire starter for this JD team.
That's right, and wow, Xiao 7 playing this Ryoji Ikegami really, really well. Always there when Gun is trying to go for a 3. Knocks the ball out of his hands. There's a Hanamichi trying to shoot though, and the dunk will come through for the Akagi by Lion. Gun is having a really tough game right now, just being hounded all the time by that Ryoji Ikegami. That ball is going to get put back in by the Hanamichi. Oh, sorry, not the Hanamichi, but the Toru. So that is still 6 points in the lead. Here's a rebound dunk. It's going to get blocked. We don't see a lot of those. And oh, that was so risky. He actually passes it over to the Ryoji. Great block there. You also don't see a lot of those. But there's the ultimate steal from Xiao 7, getting the possession over to JD. Here's the Toru Hanagata with the high tip and ultimate. And they extend their lead to 8 with only 1 minute and 13 left on the clock.
Yeah, lovely scoring coming out from JD here. There is that green light active, so they can't really sit on their bums and take it easy now, because pedal to the metal is what is happening here. HB just opening stuff up. He's the ball, not expecting that HB was already up in his face. And this could be actually looking a little bit dire for straights. A little bit of a steal, a little bit of a put in, and we are 4 points away. It was 8 a while ago. Now that lead is dwindling. Still plenty of time. That green light really helping stuff out, but HB says no. Puts a sinker in with the jumper again, and that leads a pretty good lead, I would say, for JD. But it's the firing squad here. Both teams just honking at cylinders, and let's see who'll budge first here. G10. Oh, that's a big one. Gun just finds a quick little opening for S1 in the team.
He's trying to break ankles here. There's a rebound from the Takanori Akagi. He dunks it to keep it close, but with 32 seconds and the ball in possession of JD, can S1 make up this difference? Because they're going to have to deal with Toru. Oh, there's the block from the Hanamichi. The volley block. That one, another high block there. Only 7 seconds left to go. Another great block. S1 know that they have to be really on point. The possession. Who's it going to be on? Great block for the 18-second violation. And now S1. They've played the time. Can they take this home? The green light still active. The wide open shot. 11 seconds left. And all JD has to do is score 1 point to take this game. But S1, they have successfully made it over to a potential overtime. All they gotta do is keep it. Oh my god, can he actually make it? No, he passed it over to HB, and HB's gonna get blocked. We're gonna be going to overtime. This is only the second game, and these teams are at each other's throats, Asarai.
Oh my gosh, they are just like knife on the neck. My goodness, nobody is nobody is letting up. Look at the steal after steal. That's why you got the Ryoji Ikagami, because you can do just that. Immediately opens up for Rukawa, slams it right in, and we're back to square number one with JD being at the starter, being at the lead at this one, but it's firing at all cylinders right now. G10, no one is letting the frick up. HB's gonna be answering back with a fadeaway, and boy, does it shoot. Oh my goodness. Gun still has the green light. I think it's because he's had so much impact that it has come back to him over and over again. That pass will get intercepted, and HB looking to find something to open stuff up to create that lead and maybe give them the second game. 30 seconds on the clock, but there still is that answer. What's going to be the connection here? That is going to be the put in, and 2 points separate these teams.
Yep. Hanamichi jump shot. That's not something you see all the time. But okay, here it may be blocked. No, it won't be. He still gets a two-handed layup. S1 was able to block that beautifully earlier, but now they're fighting. It is incredibly difficult. You have to be impeccable on the timing, but the rebound is going to be going onto ZZ's hands. And now they're trying to play for time here. Shao7 passes over to HB. HB trying to break some ankles, passes it back. And yeah, they are trying to play for time. They're trying to keep the ball from coming onto S1's hands, but Gun is able to steal it and find a shot. But with 8 seconds left on the clock, are they going to be able to get the score? I don't think they will. The Toru Hanagata is going to use his ultimate. It's going to get blocked, but that was just spectacular play from JD. Once they had the lead, all they knew they could play for time.
Yeah, and once you go into overtime, everything just gets put back into I think 0. You know, both teams reset. The ultimates do not. That's why we saw a lot of good takes there by JD. Really loving the movement and ferocity from this team. HB, from that JD team, when he gets that Kaida Rukawa, is such a absolute monster. And the points speak for themselves.
Yeah. Man, 18 points for HB, but kind of surprisingly, S1 were utilizing both the Takanori Akagi and the Kenji Fujima really well. They knew that Gun was going to be hounded relentlessly, so you know they passed the ball over to Akagi to get those dunks in when JD least expected it. I think JD's going to have to take note of that when they're playing against Lions Akagi, but still in an incredibly close game. JD, they were kind of, I would say that they were on the back foot, even though they were leading the entire time. I would say that Gun, Lion, and Lon, that squad was just the mental game for them, and the strategies that they were using were very hard to deal with because you know, we see Kaida Rukawa compositions, especially with Toru Hanagata, they snowball really well, but this time they were having trouble keeping a big lead like S1 had in that first game.
Yeah, they seem to struggle a lot because I think of the pressure that just came out from the Kenji Fujima. It was so scary, I think, to go up against Gun once he had that green light, but I think they did a fantastic job, and by them I mean Team JD, in being able to stop the green light from coming out earlier into the game. I think if they had that green light actually more available at the start, near the start, that would have been incredibly difficult for JD to pick up. And I think like it was because of HB's, attentiveness, his ability to just keep marking Gun, that ultimately allowed him to just block a lot of balls, keep the possession alive for them. And also, gonna say this as well, man, it really felt like who was it? I believe that was Xiao 7, who was playing the Ikigami. Great stuff to actually always get the fumble, excuse me, on the ball, pick it always up, and steal the ball at crucial times to get JHB more opportunities to shoot his shot.
Yeah, HB, really the rest of JD, they were pretty on point with the strategy of just trying to get that ball away from the hands of S1. But now S1 once again going to be on that Kaide Rukawa, and they're going to give over the Hanabichi Sakuragi and the Takenori Akagi over to JD. This is kind of the standard that we're seeing, at least in this match. These are the compositions that work. Why fix something that's not broken? The Naito will be coming in once again for S1.
Ooh, they're really forcing Xiao 7 to pick up the Kenji Fujima, I think.
Yeah.
Is that actually a good thing or a bad thing? Because we've seen how incredible Fujimas can really play, but also once he doesn't, or when he doesn't get that green light, it really forces something different from the players. Oh, that Kazuma is actually going to be a good pick, I would say. They don't have the mid-range shooting that the Toru brings, but he does have that super... I keep forgetting the move. The pick and roll, the super pick and roll to bump into the defender and opens up stuff for the shooter, which in this case would be Kaide Rukawa. This is going to be quite difficult. And look at how much time they're actually thinking of which last character to pick. It's not going to be the Kenji Fujima. They bring out the Nobunaga, a non-existent character from what we saw yesterday. But now he finally finds something as the drafting phase really rings out what the picks are for JD here.
Yeah, the Nobunaga, we saw it on day 3 of the group stages. And I gotta say, it was a very flashy Nobunaga. I forget the player that actually played it, but that move where he throws the ball into the ring, sets himself up for a lot of options, giving himself a self alley-oop or into a jump shot where they least expect it, or even to a pass. It's a very flashy player that not a lot of people can play incredibly well, but when you do, it looks amazing. Now let's see how JD can utilize it in this game. They're going to be giving the ball once again to S1. I don't know why they don't want to compete with them in that jump ball. Don't know why, but the first rebound will be going over to S1. So Lon still has another tap. Great block there, and Gun is the one who gets it. 18-second violation though. JD playing for time.
They are basically bringing this down as, I think, controlled as possible. When you're up against a team who just knows how to play the game, you want to use as much of the timer as you can actually use, right? Xiao 7, he's trying to be as flashy as possible, but I think S1 aren't get really phased by it. That's kind of a scary thing. Look at how much they just know where to mark him. Considering how well he's been moving around the court, I think set moves are just things that you can get used to. That finally forced a 2 will go in, start the scoring here, and JD will be the ones to lit the match.
Yep. Okay. All right. Lon, he's getting denied some shots here. But right now he's going to go for the two-handed layup. Going to find 2 points for himself, and this is a little bit of a slower match. Only 2 points each. And it's like already been more than a minute, but all of the attempts are just coming through, man. And this time, Xiao 7, he's trying to be flashy, trying to get some crossovers, and it'll work beautifully that time.
Finally, right? You just want to have that. Bit of extra flair just to help you out a little bit. I think Xiao 7 is feeling himself now that he has such a movement-based character like this Nobunaga. Still, of course, when he bumps into the big guys, into the big defenders, he can always just get that ball ratted away from him, which he has to be very careful about. And look at how much they could just again, force the issue onto JD here. Thankfully, JD still do have the 2 points. And it seems like we are making this sound like S1 are still at the scarier end of things. But they have to note that S1 have really yet to drop a entire series, maybe just a game. This is something that JD Xiao 7 is bringing the pain, bringing the thunder with that 4-point advantage.
Yeah, maybe the Nobunaga is not something that S1 was really prepared to deal with, but they're firing back, man. They are firing back. Half the game is over, and it's only 4-6. But look at this ankle breakage from Xiao 7. They are coming into play. He's using that fantastic movement of the Nobunaga, but he's still gonna get blocked by that Naito. And now it's once again up to Lon. What's he gonna do? He's gonna get bumped into by the Hanamichi and passes it. The Hanamichi passes it back to Xiao 7, and without too many defenders on his case, Xiao 7 kind of free to roam here, but a good rebound there. And Lon, he's gonna get blocked out again. Just Xiao 7 has been on point.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Lion was doing a good job at just looking at where the ball will predictably land. Still, like you mentioned, Xiao 7 is just phenomenal right now. He's really opening stuff up, and JD are ringing S1 here. S1 just do not know what they can do against this Nobunaga pick. It seems like they forced too much, hoping that Kenji Fujima, but it's not working out in the end. Lon, not really the player that I think we were kind of hoping to be, that prolific scorer, supposedly, but that was actually Gun from last game. That was someone different. Now he actually intercepts the ball, brings it right back up. He gives the ball to Gun, back to himself. Rotation on the ball is going to be good, but Lon keeps attacking at the rim, and it's just not working. He's got to be careful with this one because they've lost a lot of the field goal percentages here. That JD only needs just a little bit more to push this into a game number 4 with them on the advantage already. Look at that.
Oh yeah, beautiful stuff there from the Nobunaga. Here though, the Euro step dunk, very hard to block. This may be what S1 need. It's 29 seconds on the clock. There are only 2 points behind. But if Xiao 7 can find something here, he's not going to. And there's the Kazuma game-changing rebound. But Kenlon actually, he's going to go for the ultimate. He's going to risk it for the biscuit. It's going to get blocked though! Unfortunately. And now he's kind of stumbling around, but at least he's able to find the jump shot through the interference to tie it up. Now JD, they have the imperative. It's gonna be up to Xiao 7 to go for this, and he does find it now. 7 seconds once again on the back foot. S1, this is so tense. Can Lon make this shot? They know he's gonna be desperate to go for it. He's gonna go and have it. 1 second left. We're gonna go overtime again, Asarai.
Wait. Okay, yeah, it's 1 second.
Yeah.
If they had 2 seconds, they had a chance to like throw the ball up. That was actually smart. It went through the miracle block of the Hanamichi Sakuragi plus the 2 defenders. You've basically gone to like 4 big hoops just to go through that, and Lon spaces it out excellently. Still, I feel like he still has played quite underperforming in this particular game, but maybe he can redeem himself going into the overtime. Still though, Xiao 7 with a second win out of nowhere. This Nobunaga pick, so much better than what we've seen from the Yoshinori. I'm even excited to see why, or curious to see why we haven't been seeing his Nobunaga more times than not, but maybe it's the situation, but this is the perfect situation for him to strike back. And speaking of which, another dagger from mid-range.
I mean, this Nobunaga pick, it is high risk, high reward, right? But if you're able to play it perfectly, like Xiao 7 has now, he's just been blocking so many times. Now they're trying to play for time, and S1 have to chase the ball around. They have to really hustle for it. And there's the layup attempt just for the shot clock, but now Gun is forced to try to go for a shot himself. Lion, he's going to try to go for the skyhook, going to get blocked out with 3 seconds left on the clock. I think JD have this one. And wow, they are at match point.
Wow. JD just... they're exceeding all expectations here, and S1 are not looking as chipper as what we saw from yesterday. This is such a different JD than what we saw. They're accepting the fact that they can't always get the pick that they want. So they adjust to it and still have so much more tricks left up their sleeves. Now, it wasn't by far a high scoring game. It wasn't overly dominating by JD, but I gotta say, JD got in more points, more licks, that specifically where I think just more consistent from them. Everything that I think came out from S1 was incredibly forced.
I know. And S1, they really were just really having a lot of difficulties. JD, their defense, absolute insanity. 7 rebounds and 12 blocks. It's not Lon didn't underperform because he wasn't good, It's because JD, every time Lon was trying to go for a shot or a layup or a dunk or anything, they were on his case. They were blocking everything. Xiao7 with 7 blocks his name and 7 2-pointers as well. Really kind of making his name work for him. Xiao7, you know what I mean?
Oh my goodness, this Xiao7, man, he's on a different tear right now. I'm wondering how this is going to be going into this 4th game. Is this going to be the sealant for JD? Because they're coming into this last day with such a different aura, I would say.
Yeah.
Like, they just have what they want to do when they want to do it. And now coming into this 4th game, being the first pickers of this one, I mean, it's already a big chance that they're going to give HB once again with that Kaide Rukawa. But if it doesn't work, Xiao7 always has a Nobunaga to fall back on.
Yep. The Nobunaga. Man, that... I want to see more Nobunagas. You saw the mobility, how flashy he was, but also the ability to just lose defenders. Just leave them in the dust, really. But now the Yoshinori is going to be open and gun. We saw him with the Yoshinori yesterday. He set a record for this tournament. 9 3-pointers sunk in a game versus IRT. I think that was game number 2. And maybe this is what they need to bring it to a game number 5. But of course, the Hanabichi Sakuragi Skinhead going to be picked up as well. While JD, they have the Kaide Rukawa as well as the Naito Tetsuya to block that Yoshinori.
This is gonna go the absolute distance, I would say. It's a very big risk now that Yoshinori has been picked up. As you mentioned, Naito Tetsuya is an incredible, I think, answer for it. And Juno Uzumi there as well to kind of bring everything back. S1, I think they were the only team to have actually brought out this Koichiro Rango from yesterday's matches as well. It didn't really see the biggest of impacts for it, but it looked like a really good combo mix with the Tatsumata Oda. I mean, not only do they have like the same hairstyles, but they also have somewhat of a similar play style in a sense, where I think Oda just gets a little bit more on the offensive side with the shooting as a center, but then there's also the kind of rebound aggression that you come up with the Koichiro Rango.
True, very, very true. Now, I do like the Koichiro Rango pick here, because S1, when they turn it on, and they have it with the Yoshinori, there is just so much that they can do. They're going to be able to attempt so many 3-pointers. But JD, though, if they play perfectly with the Kaide Rukawa, of course, they are going to be a little bit more. They're going to have a lot more pressure than the Yoshinori composition.
I mean, that stands to be true for the moment, since they have kind of started things right now. Gun, ooh, already just going for the catch and block, giving the possession away to JD here. And again, these teams, I'm not sure how far this could go, but JD looking to be such a scary team to try to deal with. That severe interference is really going to get up into the face of Gun. And look at how there's as many defenders from JD all up in his face. Are they going to be able to catch this? Because ZZ is on point right now with his blocks. They cannot attack the rim. They cannot attack the perimeter. What else is left for the offense here of S1?
Yeah, now, S1, how are they going to get past this defense? Great drive into a wide open shot there for HB, and already S1 is feeling the pressure. 4 points to 0. Gun has not been able to shoot his shot too much, but it may be just up to Terra if he's completely unguarded to go for the tip-ins.
That's a good point. It's kind of like the thing, right, where they always can try to do that, but the problem is I think Terra just gets overshadowed by the Juno Uzumi, so it feels like he could just get overpowered every single time he tries to go for that contested tip in. So Gun really has to be the starter of this particular set. Look at how just June just jumps right up in the air and basically towers over the rest, opening up HB once again. That's going to be a slap. Lion has been good at the defending here, but they're really struggling to find these openers, and these three-pointers, man, it's just not looking too good. Thankfully enough, they do have those tip-ins, so they can keep the game a little bit closer, but JD still have so much control and rebound capabilities on that ball.
That's right. And speaking of rebound capabilities, JD, they are making it work. They are getting those rebounds, and HB really playing very well, trying to use his mobility, but just getting blocked as well. Great, again, drive into the middle of the court, and then just find a wide open jump shot when people are expecting you to go, you know, as far into the paint as you can. That I thought was going to go in, but it's going to get dunked in by the Koichiro. Well done there. At least keeping the score pretty tight, only 8-6. Gives Gun, there you go, a wide open three-pointer. No blocks here for the Juno Uzumi. And now S1 have the lead.
I was just about to say, even if JD have a good control on the game, since they're only just 1 or 2 points ahead of the competition here, right? Because Lion and Terra have been doing such a good job at going for that tip-in. Yeah, it just only takes that one. It only takes that 1-3 from Gun to get them a big lead. And it's already starting.
Oh! That was an amazing block. Great stuff from Lion and Terra. Great timing from both of them. But now, can this ankle breaker actually give him the three-pointer? No, it can't. JB once again has the ball. He's going to go for the windmill. Well, not the windmill dunk, but he's going to go for the two-handed layup after the dunk attempt. Here, though, even through the double pick and roll, S1 was not able to find that three-pointer, but at least Terra was there to go for the dunk afterwards. Hero step dunk. It's going to go in and tie game, Azurai.
It's really hard to kind of time that properly. If you're in front of Naito, I think it doesn't work as well to block it. Have to be right behind the defender here. Speaking of defenders, there is going to be Lion spacing out. Oh, that is an unfortunate turn. Still, 1 minute. There's still plenty of time for both of these teams to start their scoring advantage, if at all ever. HB is moving the ball around. I wonder what he's waiting for. Maybe looking for that pristine opening, but he's not going to be able to find it. It's going down to the wire here. Gun again releases a three. It will not connect, and teammates will not be able to pick the ball back up for him. He slaps the ball away from the hands of HB. The answer back, who's going to be able to pick it? That is going to be Lion. Gives it up again to Gun. And now S1, this is all their game to lose, to be honest, because they are now starting to get that rebound game into their favor.
That's wide open. Oh!
Yeah, that's it.
All right, 20 seconds left. And man, HB is really going to hustle here, but man, at least they have the Naito to get those rebounds. He's not getting the shots though, because he's getting severely interfered with. Now Gun's got it. He's gonna go for the ultimate. It's gonna go in once again. That just seals the coffin for JD in this game. We're gonna be going to a game number 5.
Hell to the yeah. JD so close. They had a lead at the start of that game number 4, and then it just fizzled out. I think the true MVP for that game has to be Lion. It didn't feel like the Koichiro Rango pick was such a good idea. It had some couple of tip-ins, but I think it was that Hanamichi that really set themselves up to for the win. He was just keeping it so close with those 2-pointers on those tip-ins, and if it wasn't for him, I think that it would have been such a different turnout.
Yeah, it really would have been a harder game for S1 to actually win if they didn't have like Koichiro Arango. 6 rebounds for him, and after the rebound, he's able to score as well. Kind of in the vein of the Hanamichi Sakuragi, who we didn't really see as much. I don't think we saw that rebound dunk ultimate from him. But still, S1, that was a really good game. They did a great job of controlling the ball and getting blocks in whenever HB was trying to go for something. And HB still played that Kairukawa pretty well, equal points with Gun. The difference is that Terra was able to bring that game a lot closer during the time when Gun really wasn't able to shoot those threes.
Yeah, it really helped out. I actually had to eat my words a little bit there because it was the Koichiro Arango that had like the 8 points. That was Terra that got all the rebounds. I actually thought it was Lion that was doing all of that. But what Lion brought to the table where Terra could not was the blocks. So I think in the end, it was that defensive duo that really set up for Gun, because it was only a matter of time before Gun could start hitting those threes. It came a little bit late, but not late enough that they lost that 4th game. So now coming into the 5th one, once again, S1 have the picks that they could want. They've brought back Terra. Lon is not playing anymore, and I think they know already that I think this particular 3 roster for S1 is just that better. I think when Lon plays the Kairukawa, he forces his play too much, and that really lowers the options available here for S1.
Yeah, but that does mean that S1, they are going to preempt the Yoshinori pick here. They don't want to play that Kairukawa. They're gonna freely give it away to JD, but JD, once they see that Yoshinori, they're gonna go for the classic Hanamichi Sakuragi. That Hua defense, incredibly tough to shoot through. That doesn't matter though, because Koichiro Arango will be the pickup here for Terra.
Okay. I mean, they have to double the tip-ins with the Terra too, right? So
yeah,
they could also be looking at maybe a Toru Hanagata combo. That could be quite ridiculous. True. You got yourself some 2 good, prolific shooters, so to speak. Ryoji Ikegami has been banned out, so that would mean that Yoshinori's shots will get less contested. What's the last one here? Could be. Oh wait, no, it's still a ban.
They're going. They maybe should ban out the Toru Hanagata, but the Kazuma, again, very good pick. You got that game-winning rebound to give it back to Gun, so that is something that you really don't want to give over for free. Although with the Toru, you are kind of. Oh, it may not be. It's gonna be the classic Takenori Akagi instead for Lion. I really thought it was gonna be the Toru Hanagata, but guess not. That one is going to be picked up for ZZ instead.
Okay. I guess that does make a bit more sense, because Lion's rebounding game plus dunking game during that first match was really amplified with the Takenori. I think the Toru would be something of a good idea, but they already have like 2 good shoot picks that could give them some form of scoring with tip-ins from the Koichiro Arango. They got the Yoshinori already. So maybe the Akagi is just there for the defensive posture, to be honest. I was also expecting maybe the Jun Uezumi, but I don't think they need that kind of defense right now. I think the Akagi is what the doctor ordered here. And JD, with that Toru Hanagata, also a pretty wise decision to pick him up as well.
Yeah, a very good decision. I think that is I think it will definitely work very well, but the first ball is going to be going to the hands of JD. Now HB going to go for the windmill dunk is going to get denied though, and now he's going to go for a little bit of a farther shot. This one will go in. Of course, the camera does not lie. It will flirt with the rim quite a lot. But now Gun, he's got the ball. He's got the imperative. He's gonna have to go beat the Hua defense though. So yeah, he will get he won't get the 3-pointer, and just an airwalk dunk straight up from HB. 4-point lead.
Yeah, it's incredibly risky what Gun is trying to pull out here against that Hua defense. And if he actually goes for that sidestep, you already know he's just going to go straight up for a shot, right? That's why you're seeing HB just jump up to contest it, because he already knows it's a sure 100% try at that shot. And again, it's a scary fact. The problem now for S1 is how can they adjust the way? It seems like Gun just cannot find a beat here. So all really would have to be done is Lion again doing the thing that he wanted to do in that previous one. That is actually gonna go in. My gosh, where does Gun find the ammunition to actually pull the trigger and be successful on that shot?
I mean, you gotta, you know what they say in basketball. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Okay, smart guy.
So yeah, Gun, he's gonna keep shooting. Oh, great rebound dunk there from the Koriichi Orango. Keeping it very close, just 1-point lead.
1-point lead separates them. My goodness. Still the HB, he's not holding anything back anymore. Every time he sees that ring open up, he will just attempt the shot. And speaking of attempting shots, Gun, my gosh, how does he do it? What is the secret recipe, the secret sauce, the Colonel Sanders, mind you, that allows him to make this a possibility for S1? Still, of course, JD, fantastic scoring all throughout this one. They're really opening stuff up. That is going to be, the tip in from Terra, but it's immediately going to get blocked out. Now HB, I think he has an ultimate up and running as well. Gotta be careful, because if they try to turn their backs onto their defenders, they might just miss the ball from behind them.
That's right. It's going to be rebounded this time by S1. And now, once again, can Gun find this? Look at Lion trying to screen for him, trying to get that pick and roll. But Gun, will he be able to get the roll, actually? I mean, he wasn't there that time, Lion. He thought that he was going to have to fight for a rebound. Now, here's the ultimate. Oh, unlucky. They can't get the timing right that time to actually block the ball. And JD find themselves 4 points ahead. But now, okay, Gun just passes to Terra, who gets a wide open jumper. Well played. You know, if you're too pressured as a Yoshinori and you can't really get that 3-pointer when you're dealing with the Hua defense and HB just threatening to block you from the jump, pass it over to one of your centers.
That's still, I mean, even though that's a good idea, yeah, it's only just a matter of time as well before JD just start putting the heat back up. And speaking of which, HB able to steal the ball, break the legs. Thankfully, Terra is there to go for the block immediately right after, but HB can always find his footing right afterwards. And it's not going to be himself to get the point. It's his teammate with that tip in. We do have ZZ putting a bit on the board. A 3-point needing to be dunked or needing to be shot right now, because 1 minute, 6 points separates them, and Lion and the rest of S1 is in danger of being dropped down to the lower brackets.
Yeah, I mean, if they lose this, they're definitely not out of the tournament yet, but it does show you how aggressive JD is and how much potential they have in the grand finals. Gun, though, going to go just straight up for a 3-pointer attempt. It's not going to go well, though, because it's JD who get that rebound. And JD has been very on point on guarding this Yoshinori. They're very sticky. I feel like Terra has not been utilized as much as he was in the last match. Here is the tip in from the Toru Hanagatsu. You don't even need to see it go in. You just know it's going to go in.
Yeah, back cut floater, to be honest. Gun rejected once again. There's a little bit of clog in the mechanisms for Gun here, and well, it has ultimately led for S1 being a bit too haphazard again to just keep trying to go for those threes. it's a solid strategy, but you have Terra and Lion as helpers. Lion has been such a great two-handed dunker, but when Gun is the only one who has the ball, yeah, that's about it. I think S1 already knows it's going to be all that, and all they can really do is look at the ball in the possession of JD and say goodbye for now, as that's going to be JD sticking on top on the upper brackets. What a team, to be honest. Looks shaky on that third day, but now coming into the second day of our knockout stage, what an incredible output from them. So Lion and the rest of S1 will have to try to come back under that gauntlet in the lower bracket.
You know what, Astra? I think we need to stop predicting things because we're caster cursing everything. I think every single day that we casted, we have predicted something early and then been proved incredibly wrong. But JD has, I mean, props to them. They were so aggressive. Look at how many times they were able to, I mean, rebound 5, blocks 5 as well. Gun really could not find the gas to get going, even though he found those 2 really good 3-pointers. That's all he found. That's everything. He was able to steal the ball a few times, but it really wasn't enough. Xiao 7 looking like a beast with that MVP score in 18.4. 6 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 blocks, and a couple points for himself because he was the Hanamichi Sakuragi. And oh man, JD, they showed us up. They made us eat our words a little bit. We were thinking that S1 was going to get into the grand finals, but no, it's JD who's going to be waiting there for the challenger and in the last match in that best of 7 later on today.
Man, they have that secret formula and they're serving it up to us, and we just cannot figure out what's inside of it. It's like, this is good, but like, what is that hint of awesomeness from HB? Xiao 7 also finally finding his footing in this last day of the knockout stage. Technically, they're now going to be, as mentioned, in the finals already, which is incredible. So they all have to just wait in, watch the matches, learn more from what they can do in the 3 teams that will trying to vie for that shot. And they can just wait a little bit more, you know, take it a little bit easy up until then. JD, Xiao 7, MVP for that game. And I think he really does deserve it. This man has been on the lesser end of the MVP tracking list, but I think right now he's done a incredible job, especially that second game, to be honest.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. He really did shine in that second game. And yeah, the stats are going to tell a pretty close story here. Average points per game, 17.2 for S1, 18.4 for JD, and they're pretty close together here. 6.2 rebounds to 5.8, and I think that JD, they just had S1's number. They knew how to play against that Yoshinori composition. When they saw the first pick, they were like, all right, let's go with the Hanamichi Sakuragi, make their lives a lot difficult. And of course, that Kairi Rikawa as well. Really, he's not as good as some other players at blocking the Yoshinori jump shots, but he's still decently well. And he was played very well in the hands of JD. And honestly, deserving of that grand final spot. I am excited to see who is actually going to be going against them later today.
Yeah, speaking of which, the other teams that S1 will have to watch out for is going to be Hot versus HM. And seeing from what we saw from that matches yesterday, I think Hot has, again, adjusted a little bit. I honestly felt like some of the teams just really forcing too much. The issue that if you pick a Yoshinori, you always just try to get 3 points from the Yoshinori. If it doesn't work, some teams just really have to give it up. And I feel like when Hot went up against Lag at that time, that was one of the reasons why I felt like Lag ultimately lost. HM, though, I think they've done a incredible job, to be honest. They were the ones that actually took out the other Korean team, which was IRT, in a fashion of 3-0. And you brought up the point yesterday where it could be because of the speed at which teams play. And if they're actually the ones that go up against, S1, S1 could actually be in trouble here.
Yeah, I thought you were actually gonna bring up the fact that I brought up the fact yesterday that we thought that IRT was going to go through, and we just cast a curse it. I thought that's what you were gonna say.
I mean,
my
I
friend.
was about to say it, and then I'm like, nah, it's all right. Yeah.
Oh,
You were
my
expecting
Lord.
them 3-0, but they got countered 3-0.
Yeah, and here we are again doing the
Casters don't
same
know what they're
thing.
talking about.
Yeah, we don't know. We have no idea. It's not like we've been watching this game for the past 5 days, and all of these teams and how they grow, how they play. I mean, a lot of the things we were saying, there is some justification to it, right?
Yeah.
It's just that at this point, it's knockout stages. This is the last day. All the teams are going to be bringing their A game. They're going to be putting everything they have because they want to be the grand champions of the Asian Championship 2021. And they're not going to be playing anything like they have been in the past 4 days. So I'm excited to see Hot versus HM after this break. Don't go anywhere. This is still the Asian Championships 2021.
my hat because
Turn it around.
Turn it around because we're getting serious and serious more that we get deeper into this tournament. My name is Astra. With me now is G10, and we have just witnessed that match between JD and S1, and boy, did S1 drop the ball on that one, figuratively and literally. And now we're going to be looking at the possible fighters, the possible opponents of S1 moving to later on, which is Hot versus HM.
Yep, Hot and HM had some really good performances in the past 4 days, the group stages and the knockouts, but they are fighting for the tournament lives. They did get here through through beating another team out in the knockout stage, and they're no stranger to having their backs up against the wall. Hot, of course, being a traditional Chinese team, and HM from the simplified Chinese division. This is going to be a very spicy battle. We know these teams like to play very aggressive. We know they like that Kaide Rukawa, and possibly still the Yoshinori, because the 3-point composition is just annoying to deal with if it gets going early. But I feel like both of these teams, if they are on that second pick going up against the Kaide Rukawa, they would put more priority on something like the Kenji Fujima.
Yeah, compared to having the Yoshinori once again. I think the Yoshinori teams have maybe died out.
Except for S1.
Except for S1, obviously. We still have that one more. Oh, you can see the beautiful other language casters. What's up? They probably can't hear us, but yeah, it's nice to see them. Now, I am going to retract that sentence or that statement just a tad bit, because Hot has used the Yoshinori for a good effect when they went up against JD, but the problem lies in the fact that I think JD and other, as you mentioned, traditional and simplified Chinese teams just demolish Yoshinori comps. So there has to be some other different thing that they're going to be picking up. And of course, one of those is High Cold's Kaide Rukawa.
Man, High Cold, this man is a monster on that Kaide Rukawa. We've seen him absolutely go on a tear quite a lot of the time when he is on this character. But HM, they're going to be picking up the Skinhead Hanamichi as well as Toru Hanagata. And the Naito is going to be picked up as well for Hot. Now, this does mean that, Hot going to ban out that Kenji Fujima. They're going to force HM to pick into them with possible Yoshinori. But there are quite a bit of options for these guys. You don't have to go to that Yoshinori that can just be, he can be guarded forever by this Naito Tetsuya. And I don't know what else. Like, I mean, this one is good. Shinichi Maki, very, very good answer if you don't want to pick up that 3-pointer Yoshinori.
We'll probably would love to have like an overall statistics of the pick rates and such for the characters, in which we are keeping track as much as possible. But I also want to check out like the win rates of the kind of outlier picks, that being the Shinichi Maki, maybe the Nobunaga Kyoto, the ones that aren't really as common. Maybe we'll just call them uncommon picks. So because I felt like yesterday the Shinichi Maki picks weren't as prevalent as the Nobunaga ones. Nobunaga, I think, like maybe had like 66% win rate, but the Shinichi Maki maybe 40-ish%. I feel.
Maybe. I feel like we haven't seen too much success with the Shinichi Maki, at least in this tournament. But that could change. Here. But not if HM is able to get going from the get-go, which is good because Heiko will go for a very good dunk attempt. Will get blocked out. Now HM, they have the ball. Passes it back to High Cold, unfortunately. So now it's Hot who have the priority. Great rebound there by MZ. Brings it back to the hands of LB. He's going to go for a free and clear shot. HM take the first point.
Heikold's playing a bit too frantic here. He got the possession on the ball after that steal, and he still actually took the shot, regardless of how kind of off-put I think he was in his positioning. In any case, though, it's going to be a quick little fade away from him. Speaking of the game, or excuse me, the Emperor Ascent already up from this Shinichi Maki. And that's what you have to fear a little bit here, is that when you're in that game sense mode, he has so many attack options when you think that you've already actually stopped him from getting that score. It's really quite ridiculous. And maybe in this one-on-one scenario against Heikold, this is what HM are trying to bring through that table. LB, fantastic player from yesterday's matches, but once again, Heikold, how is he getting these intercepts?
Yeah, I have no idea. He just he holds his hand out and gets the ball in transit. But now it's this time LB. He's got a chance here. Heikold though blocks it. He is playing hot right now. But he may be playing, yeah, as you said, a little bit too frantic. 80-second violation though for HM means that Hot, they're gonna have a chance to take a lead once again, and Heikold immediately takes that chance, not wasting any time, going for a drive into a jump shot. Even through the interference, he is able to find that point.
Heikold, one of those players that actually jumps more than any other, right? Because usually when you kind of see other players, it's just they're just gonna try to go for that severe interference, but Heikold, he immediately just anticipates and tries to hop in front. This could actually be to his detriment, but because he keeps getting left behind by LB's Shinichi Maki. But if he can at least dial it back a little bit and score afterwards, I think Hot should have a good handle here coming into this first game. Like that, exactly. Yeah, he's going to be able to open stuff up if he just stops being a bit too frantic into jumping up when LB looks to attack at the rim.
Yeah, and I think a key part of this is Heikold. He needs to use that mobility a little bit more. Okay, HM going for a behind the back pass, but it goes into the hands of Hot, and there's the Kaido Rukawa ultimate dunk. Now Hot lead 4-6 with half the game over. LB still has yet to really shine on the Shinichi Maki. And now it's the Toru who tries to go for the shot. Not something that you usually see, but fast pass up onto SS. Will give him a free, wide open shot. HM keeping the lead close, but it's still Heikold who wants to keep it far. 4 points.
4 points. Heikold. Again, this player is very much polarizing, but he has brought his A game today. How many steals has this done already? Again, he keeps getting the steal, and he wants to pop the shot immediately right after. He doesn't want to, create a little bit more spacing, find the opening here, and HM is just slapping all the way back. It's I think it loses the momentum a little bit, but regardless, they still do have that 4-point lead over their opponent, leaving the defender here. That is gonna be almost a dunk right in. But he went for the double hand. That's not going to work, so he tries to go back in with the standing dunk and actually sinks it right in. So Heikold, even if he seems to have a bit of struggle here and there, he's making it work for the rest of his team. Answer back with the skyhook, though, from the Toru.
Yeah, great skyhook there. Even through the interference, he was able to find it somehow. Here's the Euro step dunk. It's going to get blocked. Wow, LB really hustling to get that dunk in. He's trying to break some ankles here, but now he's not going to be able to get the floater. Unfortunate, but Hot there. They are still very much in control. HM, they need to be a little bit more on point with these rebounds, and they have to stop passing it to Heikold, I think, is the key. But with 30 seconds left to go and a 6-point lead, this may be looking a little bit dire for HM.
And Heikold is just silencing all the doubters right now. He's getting so much possession that regardless of what happens with him just always shooting at the shot, you talk about how you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, but because he keeps getting the ball back again with his steals and rebounds, it doesn't really matter at all. That is going to be, it's going to be a block, but it wastes a good chunk of time here. And HM, they have nothing left anymore, so they need to hit this 2-pointer in the next possession. But the problem is, possession is in the hands of Hot. So all they got to do is, there it is, run away.
Runaway play for time with 4 seconds left. There really wasn't much that HM could do. So Hot will squeak away with a victory that shouldn't have been as close as it was. They had a really good lead coming into it, but HM, they activated a little bit late into the game, I feel.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that will be a loss for them. But really, High Cold, yeah, he was kind of the star of the show. We criticized him a little bit for playing frantically, but that was exactly what he had to do here. 3 steals, 4 blocks, 16 points on his own. I mean, not on his own. Of course, 15 wide Pojao were helping him out with the assists, but man, he just played out of his mind that game.
Look at how many steals he's gotten. 3. I think it wasn't just the 3. Maybe it was like 4 or 5, but it didn't count as steals. But regardless, High Cold has just been like, if you have a pet dog that loves to play with balls, and just like whenever you bring it out of the house and your pet sees it and you just look at it and he just attacks it, I feel like that's High Cold right now. Like, he sees the ball and he's like, I'm never going to let that up. Even if it's in the possession of the opponent, I will always just keep attacking it, even if I'm not supposed to be the one who actually has possession of that. And I think this kind of playstyle, this kind of aggressiveness, this aggression from High Cold has led them to this point. The big problem to this now is, again, both of these teams really love to go for that Kaido Rikawa. So coming into the second game here, High Cold's going to get relegated a little bit, but I wonder if he does have something else other than the Rikawa in his back pocket of tricks to use when the second game goes into play.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of characters that you can pick that can go against that kind of Rikawa. We've seen the Nobunaga do well. Of course, the Kenji Fujima. If you're not really, too keen on going for the Yoshinori, I don't think that's High Cold's style. At least maybe in this one, he's playing a little bit too aggressive to think that he may be going for Yoshinori. I don't think that may be the play. But I think what the play should be for HM, they're going to ban out the Yoshinori, making sure that he can't do it, even if he wants to. So I think, as I was just saying, he may be going for something like the Ryota Miyagi that just went through because of the Yoshinori ban. I love it.
Ooh. Have they actually played the Ryota before?
I have to sort through all of these screenshots.
Yeah, we have a ridiculous filing system of this. I hope we can just like download this for the future, for future reference probably. But yeah, it's gonna be difficult to kind of sort through all of these screenshots. But yeah, I think regardless of if Hot has used the Ryota Miyagi, we have to point out as well that the issue that we have been seeing for the Ryota has been the fact that there was a hover over Dakira Sendo for just a second. Yeah. Anyways, the fact of the matter is Ryota seems to have just 3 styles of play.
Yeah.
Attack, pass, attack, dodge, and attack, fade away. Right? You either attack, you drive in and then just go straight for the layup. You either drive in and go for a fadeaway, or you drive in and go for a pass. So I feel like because of that, it has put Ryota in a position where he is somewhat predictable, but there is enough time for you to react to it. And it has kind of led the Ryota to be a little bit on the weaker side, even when he does have that special skill of his, the lightning fast, comparable to the green light of the Kenji Fujima. So,
however, I think I think it's a smart play here because they did also pick up the Kiminobu Kugure. So that means that one of his options, the passing option, is going to be a lot stronger this time when you have somebody who can shoot as well. It's going to be first in the possession of High Cold. He can go for the drive and fade away as that. There you go. There's the first point. 8 seconds in, and Hot looking to maybe start the snowball here, but they still have to deal with that Kairukawa, and they do it by blocking his first window dunk attempt. That's a wide open shot though.
There is still going to be that difficulty that he's very quick. And if Heiko tries to actually go for a steal, he doesn't have that steal where he just kind of lifts his hands up. He actually goes in for a straight up dive. So it's kind of difficult to try to make something work out with him. But because they do have that Tatsumasa Oda, it at least gives options here for High Cold to pass around the ball. But again, it still is not as, I think, potent with LB being on the Kaide himself. Still, though, 15Y is going to be moving the ball around a little bit here. They do have that attack. There's the opening, but look at the placement of LB. He's actually marking two players as of the moment with how he's been going just around the court here. He's looking at both 15Y and High Cold, and if High Cold passes straight for 15Y, he just can't really find an opening here. It's a really good answer, and we'll have to see how Hot actually gets away from this when HM keeps trying to do things over and over again to block the shots.
Yeah, and SS with the volleyball rebound put in. I love it. That's why, that's the Sakuragi. Here, though, the Kiminobu Kugure just gonna magnet the ball in for a 3. That means that Hot, they take the lead by 1. And that is kind of the danger, when you're focused too much on the Ryota Miyagi, you're not looking at the 3-point scorer, the Kiminobu Kugure, which has not been seen too much, but I feel like his ultimate is a lot more consistent than, say, Yoshinori's. And there is the lightning fast pass onto Po Zhao, goes for the fade away, and now Hot lead by 3.
Someone needs to go for the block. High Cold. Man, this guy is stepping it up today. He's just getting like the defensive end and the offensive end of the spectrum working so well. If that 3-point goes in, I'm gonna go home already. Well, technically I am home, but I'm gonna go home to another homing location. Anyways, 8-9, still into the favor of Hot. High Cold is on the attack, but because of that lightning fast, he is just breezing through the defenders here, but interfered once again. You have to be aware of that. You can't just press that interference in ball transit. And that is going to leave HM with a hefty dunk for the lead.
Yeah, LB has been doing pretty well so far. HM, they have a great... another steal. They have a great chance here. As long as they can keep possession of the ball. That's a wide open shot. And not behind the 3-point line, which is... Well, everywhere in front of the 3-point line is basically Kairukawa's territory. He can shoot from anywhere. If it's wide open, he's going to be able to find it there, though. Sakuragi dunking from almost an infinity away. How can one human jump from that distance? But Hot answer back with a 2-point jumper. They are 3 behind, but that just means that if Kiminobu can get it, here though, they're not going to be able to block the Kairukawa ult.
They will not. And this goes back to the point where that paint control is so difficult just to try to deal with. Tatsumasa Oda puts a bit of a damper on things against HM, but this is a quick little answer, and yeah, it's very similar to the Tatsumasa Oda ultimate. You literally have to be blocking the hand rather than the ball to actually be able to block the shot from those special skills. 5 points, 7 points is what separates them now, and we're probably going to be looking to go for a game 3 here unless this lightning fast gets some value.
Yeah, it's gonna get a wide open shot. That does mean that High Cold bring it back down to 5, but with 1 minute and 4 left, they really have to block and be really proactive on stopping LB, and that's what they're doing. The rebounds are going in favor of HB. Unfortunately, there's another wide open shot, and it just sinks in because you cannot afford to leave the Kairukawa wide open to go for the jump shots. 15Y, good attempt, another good attempt here, but a little bit too much interference. The Ryota Miyagi has not been doing too well here, but now LB gonna get blocked again. Po Zhao's the one who finds it, And another pass onto Po Zhao. High cold. What can he do with this? He drives in passes to 15Y, but that may be a little predictable. It's going to get rebounded though. He has another attempt in him, but with 24 seconds on the clock, this may be a little bit too insurmountable. Po Zhao just goes for the wide open jumper from the Ryota pass, but it may be too little too late. And that could seal it actually. HM, they don't want to play for time, they want to play for points at the moment.
Yeah, they should cut their losses and stop passing to 15Y now, because you can already see SS on the Hanamichi Sakuragi is just marking 15Y. I don't think he's going to be able to get as many points as he would probably like to get as a three-pointer. And in any case, yeah, it's probably going to be it. 3 seconds left on the timer. It's just going to be how flashy High Cold can give this ender of a round, of a game. But that is going to be that. We go for this series 1-2-1.
Yeah, I feel like the Ryota Miyagi really wasn't utilized as well as it should have been.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we've been seeing in a lot of these games, where the Ryota just all the time he has like 3 options, right? But they always almost always just go for the pass option. You see, High Cold, he only scored 4 points for himself. The majority of the work was done by Po Zhao. On that Tatsumasa Oda. I mean, the blocks were pretty good by High Cold and 15Y. It's just that they really weren't being too proactive on the offense, man. High Cold, whenever he drives, you can go for the layup, you can go for the dunk, and you can even just go for the step back. You have a lot of tools to play with your opponent's mind. You have to force them to guess, and passing every time, they're just going to mark 15Y, and that just means that HM absolutely dominate that match. 6 rebounds as well on the side of MZ definitely helped a lot.
Yeah, I think it was wishful thinking that he technically majority of his passes went to 15Y. So a little bit more onto Po Zhao, I think, would have been what Just the Doctor ordered. I think the problem for High Cold, if he actually tried to go and lay up by himself, was that he'll be facing MZ's Toru Hanagata, but I do like the fact, right? It still makes sense that he tries to go for it, because basically he's conditioning everybody that, oh guys, I'm always just gonna keep passing it to someone else other than me just shooting it, right? So you don't really have to worry about me. You have to worry about somebody else. And once that just sank into the heads of HM, once that was a fact that I think was rather undeniable now from how hot have been moving around the ball, HM just had such an easier time just answering it. Look at how well predicted I think where the ball's movement were every single time. Like you mentioned already, right? The movement for High Cold, he's going to be attacking at the rim, and then he just passes it from someone who was actually being guarded by 2 defenders, which was 15Y's Kiminobu Kogure. So again, you have to respect the fact that you have to just try to go for a shot, even if it's just going to be maybe a 2-pointer, or even if it's going to be low percentage shot, because low percentage shot I think is much better than a high contested high percentage shot, right?
True. Yeah. I mean, it may be a low percentage shot, but there is a chance for it still to go in. Now, once again, High Cold going to be on the Kaide Rukawa. Now he's got the imperative. Now he's got a license to be a little bit more frantic, a little bit more proactive, as we saw him in that first game. The Naito Tetsuya will also be picked up here for 15Y to kind of enable that. But of course, the Hanamichi Sakuragi and Toru Hanagata picks for HM. But I wonder who they're going to pick into it. Going to ban the Kazuma. That may signal a Yoshinori composition here for HM.
Ooh.
And it will.
Ooh. This could work, though. I mean, Naito is a good answer to the Yoshinori, but I feel like he can thread the needle with this one. He just has to have some form of setup with the Hanamichi and Toru. He cannot, again, be that Yoshinori that just shoots when there's like 2 people basically bodyguarding around him. It's a risk. It's such a big risk.
Yeah. Oh, man. It is... And whenever you pick that Yoshinori, you're you are kind of risking that. You are kind of saying that, hey, I have confidence that some of my three-pointers will go in even through the blocking, through the interference. And it is not a safe bet to make most of the time. It's a high risk, high reward move. And if you're not able to snowball it in the early game, you're gonna be kind of fumbling around later on. But High Cold with the first dunk, very good drive into it as well, giving him some momentum to take the lead.
Okay.
Oh, LB, there's the attempt.
They are going to be going for that quick little attempt there, but is going to be, I think, quite difficult. Nice little steal, though. Gives the possession back onto LB, but look at how that slap back from High Cold just says, with pure dominance, this is my court. You are not the one to get the overall dominion over this land, and it is me, High Cold, who is reigning supreme as the king.
Oh, I mean, technically it is his court. This is the Shihoku court.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Canonically
You're not
speaking,
wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Yeah, but the rebound here coming in for the Takenori Akagi. Once again, it's into High Cold's hands. And can he assert his dominance once again? No, he's got it slapped out of the air. Toru Hanagata, a very big man, tried to contest that. But LB, yeah, he's finding a lot of difficulty, really, trying to go for these threes. And, ooh, on point block there by the Akagi. And, man, LB just not finding any success whatsoever so far. A minute and 15 in, a minute and 20, and still no points for HM. High Cold still, though. The blocking is on point for both of these teams. I think he was looking for a standing dunk there, but he's just going to go for the airwalk instead.
I mean, as long as you can get into that perimeter where the airwalk is activatable, you can basically go and do it without even having a running start. That's just how the ability works, so to speak. High Cold. Oh yeah, there you go. That's the nice little mix up. Yeah. Oh,
why did you turn iron?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like if it's like something like that, I feel like I go for like a weird accent thing. But you know what? After of which, LB finally sinks in the first three of this game. He's looking to follow stuff up. That is a really good block coming in from MZ. You gotta always give your debts to amazing centers because they open stuff up for you regardless of what happens. Still, though, look at how everybody jumps up and just dwarfs in comparison to the height that High Cold has gone up to hit that two-hander special skill.
Man, the two-hand layup is so hard to actually block. We've seen it blocked a couple of times, but by and large, it's near impossible to time it correctly. Very few people have done it, but wow, High Cold finding a spot where he could be wide open and just go for the shot. 7 points in the lead. Not an insurmountable obstacle, especially with that tip in. Bring it back down to 5. And, well, High Cold, can he keep the net cold for HM, though? Because now HM, they're looking a little bit cleaner. Here is the sniper shot, and it will sink in. The lead has shrunk down to 2, Asarai.
HM, they're bringing it all the way back. High Cold, highly contested. Not going to be able to sink that one in. Open some space up, passes the ball around. I like it, and Naito is here to bring the thunder, bring the pain, as the Euro step dunk goes in and shatters, thundering over the court. LB with an answer. Ooh. Gets bounced back, but the rebound dunk for the answer, back by the Hanamichi Sakuragi.
That's kind of what you expect. That's the anime thing. The rebound dunk. 2 ultimates used in the span of 2 rounds. Not very long at all. Great block though. Gives the ball back to HM, and LB, he can go for another 3. This one will sink. Oh! Now finally, HM find themselves in the lead for the first time in this game. It's gonna be really up to High Cold to try to get in there, get in that net, maybe go for the jumps. But look at how hounded he is. The block's just coming through. Here is another block though. You don't really expect the Toru ult to be blocked like that. as much as it has been in this, just in this series, but he finds it, the absolute shot, wide open. And now Hot with 30 seconds left, they have to score 4 points to tie. That's a start, though.
They do have to give up possession of the ball now, back in favor of HM. LB. Oh, he goes for another, and that is almost a sink in. That could break the hearts of Hot, to be honest, because they had such a good start at this game. But that's the play that you have to kind of miss when you go up against the Yoshinori. But the thing is, once he misses, you get possession of the ball. All you do need is that rebound. LB's trying to move it around. They're trying to bring it to the last possible second, but he has to try to also net a shot here because we're going to go to overtime. If he makes a mistake, which he does, the put-in is going to be huge. The buzzer beater by SS. Oh my goodness, that was down to the wire. And HM take a game off of this series. What a buzzer beater put in. My gosh.
That was the put-in of the century. Imagine if that happened in Game 5. That would be absolutely insane. But somehow, HM, though they were behind pretty much the entire game, they found their footing, they found the momentum, and when the three-point sniper is activated, he is able to carry a little bit. But yeah, 4 shots for LB, 3-pointers, 4 3-pointers there, but really, the put in from SS to beat that buzzer, definitely deserving of this MVP. 3 rebounds, 3 blocks. I mean, this was not a high-scoring game by any means, 18-20, but it was a very defensive game from both sides.
Incredibly defensive, to say at the least. Even though it was highly on that, keep that rebound spectrum, we still were able to finish off this game with 18-20. I think that's pretty damn respectable. Now, I gotta say, SS just brings out the utter best from HM here. LB, I was a little bit concerned about his performance on that Yoshinori, but he silences all of us once again with a 12-point output. This man, he comes in clutch when you need him, and that's all that matters, right? That's all that really does matter. 4 of his 3-pointers have gone in, and it multiplies exponentially already once you just hit about that 4 mark. It's 12 points out of nowhere. So that means that HM will be on match point here, and the pressure now goes onto their opponents. What's going to be the answer back? Because HM's going to be the one to get the first pick priority once again. High Cold's not going to be able to get his Kaide Rokawa, and that has led in that game number 2 to be actually very HM-centric. When they don't have the Kaide Rokawa, High Cold's performance output just drops significantly as well.
Yeah, it does, man. And now he's definitely not going to get another risk here from High Cold, going for the Ryota Miyagi. Will this be a repeat of Game 2? Because if it is, that means that HM will eliminate them. High Cold, high risk, high reward, High Cold. This is it. They're gonna take the Tatsumasa Oda and the Ryota Miyagi. Now MZ or SS, he's going to be taking the Hanamichi Classic Sakuragi instead of the skinhead version. Because I think they're kind of sensing another Kiminobu pick. So yeah, they're gonna ban Soichiro Jin. Yeah, they may be sensing that that Kiminobu coming out. Yeah, the Kazuma ban will indicate that the 3-pointer may be in the works for Hot here.
Yeah, there it is. Presumably predicted as well, but this setup from Hot is...
It didn't work the last time.
I think it just required a little bit more bravery from 15Y to try to connect a lot more shots. That honestly, I think would have really evened stuff out here for Hot. High Cold was doing everything by himself, but I think there's a very few set characters in Slam Dunk Mobile right now that you can use that can basically do everything by themselves, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to be under Ryota Miyagi, he's not the character that can do that. You have to be able to bring the ball around to others. And yeah, he actually did. He actually did that last game that they used Ryota, but he only gave it to the Kiminobu for the most part, which is no bueno. You got to pass it to the Tatsumasa and hope that the 15Y can step up to the challenge of scoring.
That's right. Sometimes you need to give it to the Oda instead. And I think maybe High Cold may need to actually try some risks himself. Try to go for the layups, the drive into the step backs. And although HM going to start it off big with, again, a flying layup here from LB. All right, so High Cold gets the pass in. But now, what's the action here? He's gonna pass over 15Y. Great block though. It seems like HM has kind of read the playbook here for Hot, and Hot is kind of struggling because now the Rukawa is on the side of LB, and you know how deadly Akaide Rukawa is. There's the block though. It still goes to SS, so he's gonna try for it. Okay, that was a good attempt.
That was a Hanamichi that went for a 3.
Yeah, I did not expect him to go for, but the shot clock was running out. You had to do it.
That's true. You just had to try to go for it. And maybe, if it works, you get a nice little boost on your percentages, right? So shoot your shot.
1% is still
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he tried to go for the 3 there. What's happening? HM, they're getting a little bit arrogant here, maybe.
Hey, man. I mean, regardless of your position, right? Technically, in real life basketball, even big men can shoot threes. Hence, what was it again? Slim
like
Reaper, Kevin Durant. Speaking of which, 3-pointer coming out from the Kiminobu.
No, it wasn't the Kiminobu, my guy. It was the Kaide Rukawa.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, look! HM, they found the 3. Wide open shot from LB. He sunk it.
No, you're right. I thought it was what?
No, sir. No, sir.
When he has his back turned, he looks like Kiminobu for a bit. I mean, obviously the jersey number is different, right? But I got baited by that because I try to remember the 1 point. Still, good attack to follow up by High Cold, but LB, okay, he's sinking some shots here. He's actually sinking all of the shots. This is turning into an all-star shot match for the Kaide Rukawa. I was taking all these shots in, my man.
Finally, High Cold finds his lightning fast, but he's still doing the passing game. I feel like he really should be risking it. Here, though, is the ult just magneting in. Finally, there's the Kiminobu 3-pointer that you were talking about. That didn't happen earlier. It happens now. Now, though, the step back, trying to get put in, but no, it's going to get rebounded back onto High Cold. Hot definitely not out of this game yet, but they have to be a little bit more proactive. Great rebound there from SS, giving it back over to LB. Great steal, though. High Cold gonna get stolen from all as well. A little bit of retribution there. But now, who's going to actually go for the point? It's probably gonna be LB here. Great block, and it's gonna be Sakuragi who retrieves it. Here's the ultimate. He's gonna go for the two-handed layup, and of course, it's not gonna get blocked.
It doesn't have the complete animation, but technically that should count as a backboard layup.
Yeah.
And those layups are actually the most difficult to do, but also impossible to block. Right? Imagine it that, and you could already see why the Kaide Rukawa is so good. Because if you can position it to be backboard-esque on that layup, it just means that nobody can actually block it.
Yeah, but now, a great steal once again. LB has been giving High Cold a taste of his own medicine, and there you go. SS doing a little bit of a Michael Jordan cosplay as he just jumps through basically the entirety of the court to get that dunk in. I do not know how a human can physically jump that high, but it's happening here in Slam Dunk Mobile. High Cold, though. All right, here's the Lone Wolf shot. Of course, that is near impossible to block as well.
Let's see how this follows through. This HM. LB's just getting everything right now. I mean, yeah, he missed that one, but Oh, there it is. That's a big one. Look at the spacing that he's doing, knowing that High Code can actually have a high steal percentage if they're not careful, which they do. Bring it back to Poshao, but once again, LB, he just knows what's in the brain of High Code.
And he's wide open.
And through that stressful little bout, he almost sinks in another two. 14 seconds left into the shot clock, 30 seconds onto the timer itself. 4 seconds, not a lot of time left.
Oh, he has to take this. Okay, a three-pointer for Hot. They still have a chance. 28 seconds on the clock, but it is in High Cold's hands, and he's just going to find another one. Now Hot need to sink a 3 in order to tie it up. Ho Zhao has to put on his shoes right here, put on his Nikes, but it's 15Y who goes for the step back. 16 seconds, HM 1 point in the lead, and here we go. The dunk instead of the dunk instead of the floater. Aggressive choice there by MZ. But with 10 seconds left, can Hot keep it going? No, a wide open shot. That may have spelled their demise here, because now all HM have to do is play for time. But are they going to? A 3-point attempt. 1 second. Not enough time, just barely. And HM eke out the victory, eliminating Hot from the Asian Championships. They're gonna be facing S1. No, JD.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. S1.
They're gonna be facing S1 in our lower bracket finals.
Man, they gotta be careful, because S1, the problem with them is they do not have a good Rukawa player. Lon is fine, but up against the other Rukawa players that we've seen here, they're better yet using just the Lion, Gun, and Terra player roster to just go in. But the problem with that team is it's very Yoshinori reliant. So there's a lot of problems coming into that. LB struggle with the Yoshinori. They can just always give that to S1 here. So S1, I think, will be coming into a complete deficit on this one. Really good stuff coming in from HM. And then 3 points on Rukawa. The attempt was done, and it was made. Oh my goodness. Oh,
you know what? We were talking about low percentage shots, right? That in itself is the definition of a low percentage shot, but somehow it sunk in, and LB, I think, if I am not mistaken, and if we go through all of the stats that we've seen today, this may, or even throughout this entire tournament, this may be the very first Rukawa three-pointer that we've seen.
Yeah, I think that is very, very true. Every other Rukawa that we've probably seen has resulted in just nothing. With 3-pointers, I mean. At least with 3-pointers. But yeah.
Yeah, because you don't really play kind of Rukawa for the threes. You don't pick him up for that reason. And that, I think that was, kind of a little bit of a Hail Mary. But this time, Mary said, yeah, sure, fine, take it. Get that 3-pointer. Give the casters something to talk about.
To fawn over, to just nerd about. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Very, very true. So with that, we only have 2 more series remaining. It's the lower bracket finals and then the grand finals. We'll see who will be challenging JD later on, because now it's going to be left to HM to see if they can break down S1. I think pick-wise, they have a good shot at this, because if S1 still has the same performance with the roster, with the character selection that they have, I think HM actually have a really, really good chance at coming into this. I really expected actually S1 to get into as our first finalist, but boy, they did not bring the game that we saw that they brought in the first couple of days here in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not. I really think that it's less that S1 didn't perform as well. It's that JD performed better. I think JD pulled out all the stops today, and they definitely deserve that grand finals. You just saw how they were able to read a lot of the movements from S1, and just block incessantly as well. But now, S1, they are going to be coming for some revenge. They're coming for retribution. They want to get into that grand finals and get the revenge match versus versus JD. So now it's gonna be up to HM to try to dismantle the Koreans and face up against JD.
Oh, I'm so excited for that, man. It is gonna be explosive because the questions now lie for us. S1, can they adjust? HM, can they keep this consistency? Because LB is on a hot streak right now. If coming from that break, are they gonna slow down? I hope not, because LB has been such a again, polarizing player. Sometimes he's gonna be fine. Sometimes he's gonna be not so fine. There's no middle point for LB. I think a lot of these Rukawa players, there's no middle point for them. It's either they do great or they do not so great. And LB is in that kind of same clump. So if HM want to have a shot at this, they need this LB that came in from this series, not the LB that we saw from the past couple of series here. S1, the other question for them is, can they do something with their lackluster selection of characters? Because the Yoshinori was underwhelming, the Kairikawa was also underwhelming, and it's played by two separate players, Gun as well as Lon. So we'll see how that kind of goes moving forward into the next series.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit atypical though, because we saw Gun yesterday absolutely wreck face with that Yoshinori.
Yeah.
You know? He did score the record for most 3-pointers made in a single game with 27 points in that one game. I think it was game 2 of yesterday's upper bracket semis versus IRT. So it just feels like the Yoshinori comp and 3-point comps in general are kind of being read out here, and the playbook is being read by a lot of these teams, so they need to be a little bit more creative. Something like, the theory behind the Ryoto Miyagi and Kiminobu Kugure is something that's very solid. It's just the execution for Hot this time was not on the board. It was not good enough to go up against a Kaida Rukawa who can sink threes, apparently.
I still can't believe that he actually
did
that sinking of threes, man.
I can't believe it either. That's the first one we've ever seen.
Well, regardless of that, we're just going to be waiting for our call to break. And when we do come back, it is going to be that neck and neck. There it is. Our production lord has already said it, guys. We'll be coming back for that second to the last series. The Best of 5 is going to be a spicy one because we'll know who's going to go up against JD in the grand finals. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. All right, before we intro, I just wanted to share real quick. I have been.
Alrighty.
I can't show the branding, but I have been drinking a certain.
Hey
energy
man!
drink.
Hey man!
Oh, there you go.
Say!
Wait. Okay.
Wait, no branding.
We're opponents. We're opponents. Can't show the
All
branding.
right.
Can't show the branding.
But
yeah,
we're chugging the energy drinks. We
Yes.
want to give you guys the best show ever. You are watching the Asian Championship 2021. My name is G10. Coming at you with me is Asarai. And this is it, guys. Losers finals. S1 versus HM. Who is going to be facing JD in the finals?
I feel like HM can never like have the name that they were probably looking for, which is H&M, because copyright infringements.
Maybe.
You know? Maybe. But yeah, into the task brass. The tax brass.
Into the brass tacks.
Tax. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, I'm too hyper from the energy drink. Yes, into the brass tacks at hand, guys. S1 not really coming off of a good loss there, because you can lose but come off of a good lose, because you know that it was really down to the wire. I felt like that last series that they had up against JD was not that. I felt like, again, they were just a little bit lackluster coming out of that particular series and going up against HM, who I feel like have somewhat of a similar style to JD, especially with the Kaito Rukawa player that is LB here. They will be far flung from a comfortable position into this. And the question now is, has S1 found the strategy in that short amount of time to get them that second chance to fight against JD in the grand finals? We will see.
I mean, S1, they did bring that first series up to the fifth game. It's still possible for them. I mean, they are still a very good team. It's just that the play style of these Korean teams that we've been kind of observing is that they want to go for the perfect setup first before going for the shot, while HM and, you know, the traditional Chinese simplified division, they really like just attacking the rim over and over and over and going for the steals. It's kind of hard, you know, when you're such a cerebral team, when you're really trying to set up perfectly, when you're up against a team that just is always on the offensive.
Yeah. Again, because they play a little bit more slower, they like to take their time to play with the ball. It really forces, I think, S1 out of their comfort zone, and ultimately, even if they can work a little bit better in that kind of space, in that kind of environment, it still is something that they are very much foreign to. And HM, their first answer in this series is already that Yoshinori out of the board. But here's the thing, Terra's not playing, it's Salon. So what's the adjustment here? Now that the Kaito Rukawa's gone, the Yoshinori's gone, what do they have left in the tank to use?
Yeah, I mean, there is the Kenji Fujima. They're going to be using that instead. Tatsumasa Oda as well to kind of enable him. This is kind of the almost a default when you're not going for the Yoshinori composition. All right, so the ultimate Kaito Rukawa though, we haven't seen too much of it in the knockout stages. It will be coming out for HM this time, but Gun will be forced on that Kenji Fujima. I think that HM knows the playbook. They know that S1 really like to go for the Yoshinori composition, getting ahead of them already by taking it out of the region.
Yeah, it's a very smart thing to definitely do. You just don't want that risk anymore. It's hot and cold. It's hot. It can be hot or cold, but I mean, you probably will be fine with it when it's cold, right? But when it's hot, you just can't get back from that. It creates such a big lead that if you're not used to the Yoshinori against a good Yoshinori player, you'll just be in for a very, very rough time. So I think now this is probably one of the best compositions to come out for S1 that just answers all of the questions. Oh, here's another.
Yep.
Back during season 1, not S1, season 1 of the Southeast Asia Championship, Kenji Fujima and Jun Uezumi was such a dynamic pair because guess what? They always just pass the ball around, and it creates such a great amount of control and zoning that teams were really not used to that kind of play style. And S1, I think, is now kind of giving homage to that. We'll see how S1 can make this work out. Will they use the Jun Uezumi for some dunkings other than just the rebounds and the passing. They have to be a bit more flexible into this.
Yeah, because right now, as it stands, HM, they do have that Kaide Rukawa. You cannot afford to just let him steal it. And HM has been a little bit prolific on those steals. The Jun, and they're going to be guarding the Kenji Fujima. So, of course, the Jun Uezumi is going to be a great option here for when Gun is not clear to really do much. But yeah, see, he's trying to go for the jump passes, and game's a little bit... Oh god, that's an open shot, although he is not Yoshinori, so it's not just going to automatically sink in. You still have to time it well. And LB, once again, trying to... I thought he was going to try to go for the Kaide Rukawa 3, but he's just going to go for the 180 layup. Fortunately, it won't land. This point is taking forever, and LB goes for the attempt. This one will sink, though.
It takes a longer time for it to find its mark, but that's going to be it. Now, the question is, how does S1 go about this? Gun has been struggling quite a bit in that point department, but it seems like he is looking to just move the ball around between him and Lion. This doesn't really create the space I think everybody was looking forward to, since, there it is. He tries to go for the shot, but since he's just been going back and forth with the ball, that's going to be about it. Possession goes back into the favor of HM, and lo and behold, S1 struggling once again to get something other than that Yoshinori pick from coming online. And, the put-in.
3 put-ins, and finally, 1 will go in. HM with 4 in the lead, and yeah, S1 really finding a lot of difficulty here, not finding a lot of opportunities. Great rebound, and it's Gun who intercepts that pass. Lion goes for the fake dunk into the pass, but they are taking a long time. Look at how much time they're kind of wasting just trying to go for the perfect setup. Another block here, and it's SS who gets it. LB once again has the priority here. MZ though with the skyhook almost sunk it in.
Whoa! Oh. You see that? He put it in and also rebounded it right immediately afterwards. SS is insane. Oh my gosh.
Okay, he's got some legs on him, the Hadamichi Sakuragi. But that does mean, okay, wide open 3 this time. It will find its mark, and Gun sinks his first 3-pointer of the match. Will he get more? LB though, step back and admire the shot. 8-3. But I think S1 has to be a little bit faster on the uptake here, just like that. The rebound though will be going the side of HM, and they're having a lot of trouble chasing that Kaide Rukawa around the court.
Yeah, it's a bit of a blur, to be honest. Gun only with that 1 successful shot, and even the opportunity to go for a second has just been blurred along the lines as he gets the ball swiped from underneath him. It's going to be a quick little take. Lon is back out in the open, but he actually charges right in into the bracing arms of LB. Still, though, Gun somehow manages to squeeze in through 2 and get a point. This is looking good for S1. They're just a little bit far off, but they're very, very, very close to getting all the way back.
Yep. Although HM is trying their damnedest not to give S1 anything, that is a wide open shot. That's what you don't want to give to the Kenji Fujima. Now he's got the green light. HM is still in the lead though. Even with the green light, he still gets his ankles broken by the Kaide Rukawa. It's just so hard. Oh, a wide open skyhook for HM. They're gonna sink it. And 4 points once again. This green light has not really paid off too well for Gun so far. He hasn't really been able to do too much with it. He's contemplating his options. He gets... Oh god. He finally finds an opportunity for a wide open hit.
He's bumping a little bit into people, but thankfully enough, nobody's actually punishing him for that. Usually that's the case, right? Ooh, the block on the rebound dunk! It doesn't happen often, but when it does, the ultimate disrespect comes to play. That's going to be the put in back by HM. Less than a minute left into the timer now. Gun still has the green light, ball back into his possession, and he has to hurry. Tries to control the ball around. They do have the Tatsumasa Oda. 3 defenders. No one can stop him from that shot. And now we are just 2 points away before we equalize just a teeny tiny bit. But HM does not know when to stop pulling the trigger, and the trigger always hits its mark. My goodness.
Yeah, well done by HM. Gun though, he's looking to pull that trigger himself and get a shot off, but it's just not happening. That is a really good play by Lon to just annihilate SS, kind of humiliate him a little bit. And S1, they do find 2 more. They find 2 more points, but it may not be enough. The step back from the Kaide Rukawa. 4 points here, and S1. Okay, that they still have a breath in them for this game at the very least if they can steal this ball. But you know HM is not playing for time. They're playing for points right here, and that just kind of puts the final nail in the coffin, I think, because S1. All right, a 3-pointer. Put it. Oh no, unfortunate. That will mean that HM will win the first game with a 4-point lead.
Yeah, it's like I don't know if this is the proper way to describe it, but it's like, can you feel it now, Mr. Krabs? It's like I can. You can really feel the
Mr. Krabs. Yes, you can feel the pressure. As you were saying,
you can really feel the pressure that comes out from the Kaide Rukawa, and because I feel like HM were first pick, that's why we are seeing the value come off of that. Still though, it's not as high point as I think the teams were probably going to be expecting. 10-10 alongside between LB as well as MZ. But I think the biggest thing to that is how much LB I think has grown as a defensive player. Because if you look at how many blockers actually brought to the table, it's 3 overall. And honestly, I think that's a really good margin to show how much he has identified that if he can just put Gun off of his tempo, Gun just crumbles so much. You saw how many times Gun wanted to keep just rolling the shots in. You knew that he wanted to get the green light early. You knew that he just wanted to keep attacking at the rim. But because he couldn't, it really lowered the capabilities there of S1 overall. There was that 3-point shot to come out from Gun, but that was just the 1 3-point, right? It wasn't really what they were looking for overall in the game.
There were a couple of them.
Oh, yeah.
I think he had 2 3-pointers.
Yeah, but I felt like, again, at least aside from that, they didn't really get the shots that they really wanted up until the very end.
Yeah, and it was just kind of tragic, man. Gun, we saw him absolutely beasting in yesterday's matches, but right now it seems like he's shooting a 22 instead of the 44 Magnum that we know him for. But also, I think the HM has been a stellar defensive team this game. 11 rebounds with 7 of them on SS, as well as 3 blocks for LB and a steal. It's incredibly hard to keep possession of the ball and give it over to Gun if you're not getting the rebounds, man. And the rebounds have... I feel like that has been one of the most understated stats here for all of our teams. You need to focus on those rebounds, and this time though, Lon will be on that Kaide Rukawa. We know he's very, very good at that. They're also going to pick up Takanori Akagi. And this may be signaling the Kenji Fujima for LB. And yeah, there it is.
Ooh, Shinichi Maki though for Gun. Yeah. He's not messing around now.
I like this. Now they're S1 looking to be a little bit more aggressive this time.
That's for sure. They're leaving the defensive capabilities and opening up some stuff, because Maki definitely can shoot on his own, especially with that Emperor Sense. So S1 taking a bit of a turn here. It's not about the defensive play. It's not controlling the board, the game anymore, the court anymore. It's about getting as many points as possible while moving the ball around. It's not control of the zone. It's not control of the court. It's all about the shooting, I think, that will come out from S1. And this adjustment should come in swift. The problem now is the strongest pillar, or the most, how do you say this? The most impactful pillar, there we go, for S1 has to be Lon. He has to step up as that Kaide Rukawa.
Yeah, he really does have to. And now, speaking of Lon, he's not able to get the ball as of yet. LB though, that was a fairly uncontested shot, still doesn't go in. The rebound will be in the hands of HM once again. LB a lot more aggressive on this Kenji Fujima. Look at that. As soon as the ball touches his hands, he goes for the shot, and he does it again. And this side, look at the rebounds. I think they're padding the rebound stat, but that is a wide open 3. It still doesn't go in. Look at all of the attempts here, all of the shots that LB is firing, even compared to last game where Gun was on the Kenji Fujima. Every time the ball touches his hands, he goes for the shot already.
And they go in immediately for the dunk. Lon making a statement here. It's not yet you guys who will create that lead. I'm here. I'm going to be mowing the lawn, pun intended. And we'll see how SS will be making this work. Actually, that might be a negative statement towards Sonkis mowing the lawn. But you know what? Regardless, we'll see how this goes. There is going to be a 2-pointer to come out from HM, and they answer swiftly back.
Yep, HM. They know that S1 is looking to play aggressively themselves. As you can see, Lon, he's not looking for the perfect setup. He's looking for any shot he can take that's relatively uncontested, and that's why we're at a tie right now, 4-4. But HM is playing the same way though. Oh, great interception. Gives it over to Gun, and with the Shinichi Maki, that's 2 threats. Great ankle breaker there, but what can Lon do with it? You're gonna pass it over to Lion, back to Gun, and is he gonna go for it? Oh, God, it just takes so long when he's trying to go for that shot, but it's going to be Lon who goes for it instead. LB, I thought he was gonna go for that one. SS is the one who goes for the jump shot. It's gonna get put back in by MZ. HM take the lead.
They definitely do take that lead. The slaps to come through, and Lon is as key getting denied. He's very much allergic to the ball, isn't he?
Yeah.
But this could be something hopeful. You know, he is starting to find more avenues to get these points in. The defenders are a little bit amiss because they also have to keep track of Gun.
Ooh.
And now, because of the rebounds coming in from Lion, it seems like S1 are starting to create tempo, create that bits of leads for them. We'll see if they can keep track and keep this in place. The ball to be rebounded by SS. Ooh, that is so close. LB, it's got to be careful. Everybody is just jumping against them, and Gun, sneaky little hands, man. He gets the interception and ball back into the possession of S1 for a delayed shot, but still should go in.
All right, this is the S1 that adjusts to their opponent's playstyle. They know that HM was playing incredibly aggressively, and they still are. So they're countering that aggression with their own. Tellingly enough, at a minute 30 left, this is still not like a terribly high-scoring game, only 10-8. But that you've seen all the attempts, all these field goal attempts by both teams. It's just that the blocking has also been really good. Here's the ultimate from Kaede Rukawa, the two-handed. Oh, that's a block! That is a very low percentage block, but SS just had the timing perfectly. Another block. Man, this Hanamichi is just saying no to his teammate. The Skyhook will not come in. Well, it's his Shohoku teammate, but not his teammate in this game in particular. Let's see if Lon can find a shot here. Great, another block. And HM defensive monsters. There's a green light. It's gonna get rebounded, and another attempt for LB. Here's the 3-pointer attempt. Doesn't go in though. Once again, HM have another 3-pointer attempt, and they're gonna take it. They're gonna get it this time. All right, that's fine. I will say what's happening to you. And another wide open shot from LB. The green light is absolutely paying dividends here. But now can you seal again? Because HM is 3 points in the lead. Great blocking. Gives it over to MZ. Great pass there. Wide open shot, but it is the Toru, so he is a little bit too far off. It's not his preferred range to Maki Shinichi though. Oh, Gun. Even on that Maki Shinichi, going for the 3-pointers.
Ooh, that's a great little block there from Lion. LB thought that he could just, get a freebie. Not gonna happen, but all of these guys are chasing the shots now. It's really gone down to the absolute wire, and the dunk block once again. 3 seconds on the clock. LB blocked once again. We go
overtime.
To overtime. Here we go.
What a competitive game. Just both of these teams play so aggressive, but it was a high-scoring game. 13-13 so far. But now S1, they get the jump ball here in overtime. Lon, it's going to be up to him. Although the ultimate coming through for Gun, just sensing the Emperor and taking that shot. LB, though, he still has green light on. So he's running all the way to the finish line. He's going for the shots here. He's not going to let that red light stop him at all. Ooh, Londo with a drive dunk.
Wow, he just went under the legs of everybody there, didn't he? Just going in for that straight little dunk. SS, what a fake! Just going in for the sidestep and leaves Lon in his wake. 17-17, ball back into possession of S1 here. Lon looking to attack, can't really find anything, has to pass it back to Gun. He gets the control here, but he will get slapped down. What a rejection to come out from MZ. And those delayed floaters, even though it's severe interference, this is why the Mackie was such a contested pick when he first came out. It's because of that. He can just shoot in those shots, and now ball back into possession of S1 once again.
Yeah, S1 playing for time here. They cannot afford to give this one over. Another dunk, and that is sealing the coffin for this game. I don't think HM have it in them. They're going to go for the pass. The skyhook is wide open. It will go in, but with 2 seconds left, that is not enough. Even if Gun passes it directly to LB, which he won't, he's just going to go for the jump shot. S1 will take the victory.
That's the S1. They've adjusted. They just figure out, let's not go for the double centers anymore. This doesn't work. We need more avenues to attack. We need more open spaces. And what better way than having somebody accompany the Rukawa in the scoring department? The Shinichi Maki was just a fantastic pick to come out from Gun there. And he shows his range as that point guard player for S1 here. And with that, we're going to tie out the series for that 1-2-1. And look at how much these guys have just scored between the two of them.
Yeah, well played. Lon and Gun balancing the points between the two of them. Really, it's a good mirror to what they were doing in the last game, where they were kind of putting everything on. They were putting everything on Gun. This time, Lon and Gun almost equal distribution of points, and LB was the one who was pressured. Because he was on that Genji Fujima, and really, even with the Toru Hanagata and the Skinhead Hanamichi, it was so difficult for LB to even get a shot in because the blocks were very on point for, really for both teams. Looking at the stats here, SS and MZ, they had 8 rebounds together, and S1, you can see how aggressive they were by just the number of blocks that HM had to do. HM blocked 10 times, at least in the stats, with 4 of them going to SS, because S1 was just constantly throwing it out again and again. And LB also, he didn't have as many opportunities. Just throw out that ball. Even though, we saw it quite a bit in the first few seconds, in the opening seconds of the game. Every time the ball was passed to him, he shot. The rebound by the Hanamichi, back to LB, another shot, and it took him a while to get that, and he really wasn't able to replicate that amount of shooting as we got later on into the game, especially in overtime.
It really didn't just go in the favor of HM there, especially at the last. You mentioned it already, man. There was just too much blocking being thrown out, and I think now it changes the perspective a little bit, right? Where Lon doesn't always have to be the scorer anymore if Gun can actually bring his other scoring characters to play. Speaking of which, Lon's not going to be here for game number 3. They brought back Terra. So they're going to be looking for little bit more of defensive posture. I think with this particular lineup with S1, knowing that LB is going to be bringing that Kaide Rukawa back into play.
And it's going to be the Ultra Kaide Rukawa here for HM. And they really do not want to give Gun his Yoshinori. I mean, understandable. If you saw the way that Gun was playing yesterday, you wouldn't want to give him Yoshinori either. But that does mean that S1 are going to take 2 centers, the Takenori Akagi and the Tatsuasa Oda, and that leaves a lot of options open for Gun, but that also lets HM kind of pinch his pool with the ban. So they're probably going to ban something like the Kenji Fujima. So I don't know what Gun will be picking up here, what character he's more comfortable with, because we really have seen a lot of him on that Yoshinori.
Has to be the Kenji Fujima though, because I mean, if this doesn't get banned by HM, I think this could work. Because like, if Gun only has the Shinichi Maki, I don't think he'll have the same freedom that he did in terms of scoring from that last game there. Wait, what?
Yeah.
There's no ban that came out from HM.
Did they not ban? I'm
not certain.
Did the timer run out? Did they just want to give Gun a
Kenji Fujima?
a free select tray here? They just say, all right, we won't ban the Kenji Fujima. You can have it. We'll play around it.
Okay.
I guess.
Okay.
That's strange. I feel like they just kind of ran out of time there. Weren't able to confirm the ban.
Yeah. The Kenji Fujima that Gun had during game number 1, 14 points of the 16 that S1 were able to bring out. That was during, again, the later parts of the round where it was just it was almost over, but he had the green light to kind of create that comeback. So I wonder if S1 will be able to do that once again. It is risky because it seems like the Tatsumata Oda that time was not able to score, but that Oda player was Lon. This time it's Terra. So we'll see how he brings, what else he brings coming into this table.
We shall see. I know that Gun is a fantastic player. He's really good, but when you're picking the double center composition with the Kenji Fujima, you're signaling that, all right, guys, I need you to pick and roll for me, and if you can't, I'm just gonna get blocked. There, like a severe interference there. You saw, even though the Takenori Akagi was right in front of him, he still wasn't enough to give Gun that open lane to just try to get a shot in, and that means that LB is going to score the first point of the game. Although it pass over to Terra, and then he's going to be able to get that jump shot in.
Let's see how this kind of goes. Ooh, that's a high fly block coming out from Gun there. He just chased the ball as soon as it releases from the hands of LB. Okay. Still is going to be a question of how well Gun can open stuff up, but he does have that Tatsumata Oda. And looky here, G10. They're making work with Terra. It's not the same with Lon being on a center. It's a different person, a different player, and he's much more, I think, attuned to this particular character in general.
And it shows. He's getting the rebounds, but they do need to be a little bit more defensive for Gun. Not defensive for the net, more allowing Gun to actually get these opportunities. But it's LB who's actually getting these opportunities as the rebounds are going into HM's favor, and every time it lands into LB's hands, he's looking for the shot. He's not looking to... Oh, he actually passes it over to MZ, and that was a very, very slow floater from the Jun Uzumi, but if you don't expect it, you can't block it. Through the sphere interference, will it get put back in? No, it's gonna get rebounded, and LB once again, he steps back and sinks it. Well played.
No fear. All right, just tries to go for those attacks. S1 now back into possession. I really like this combo from Gun and Terra. They're just not afraid to go for the shots here. Lion, the slowest chaser of balls, will leave the center open here for a moment. Will not be able to get the rebound once again. So LB now back into possession. He's going to look to attack at the rim, and look at the speed. Look at the air mobility that this Kaidorukawa brings to that court. Quite ridiculous to say at the least, but this does keep a nice little opener, a nice little advantage for HM moving forward into this one. Gun gonna get blocked once again, and
Great block.
this gorilla dunk to come out from Akagi Tenori just DE9 once more.
Yeah, man, HM are doing a fantastic job of just blocking every single thing that S1 wants to do. Fantastic jump shot from LB from the right side of the court. 6 points in the lead with 1:35 left. Oh, he's trying to go for the Akagi dunks, the gorilla dunks, but the Jun Uezomi is just kind of in his face all the time, and that just means that it's so hard for S1 to even get anything going here. They have zero momentum. Skyhook wide open from LB. You don't expect it, but if he's wide open anywhere in front of the three-point line, it's going to sink. Here's the ultimate from Kenji. Was it going to be Fujiba? No, he
Jun
wasn't able
Uezomi.
to sink it though.
Yeah.
The Jun Uezomi wasn't able to sink it. Here's the lone wolf shot. This should go in. Yeah, finally, S1 find their third shot of the game.
That was through the lone wolf shot. They can't always, anticipate that to be their kind of saving grace for sure, right? It has to be somewhere where Gun kind of keeps tabs of it. That was a wide open shot that Gun just could not sink. A rather unfortunate turn of events. LB just a bit too marked by Gun there, so SS looking to open stuff up as that Hanamichi as he tries to sidestep and create some space. Speaking of which, Gun also frantically trying to get at these three-pointers once he still has that green light, but all futile attempts, and you can't really see the struggle here.
Oh, skyhook.
Ah, no, those skyhooks really just digging deeper into the wounds that I think that HM is inflicting towards their opponents.
Jesus, this game has just been an aggressive defense from HM, and the Jun Uezomi, the slow dunk to give 10 points of the lead to HM, and the blocking, man, the blocking! S1 can't do anything right here because everything they try, they get blocked. Alright, God, see? The blocking from HM is so on point. Their defense is so aggressive, and another attempt by LB just to kind of seal the deal, even though that was in the final 2 seconds. I want to see that block stat. That's gotta be insane for HM. My God.
Again,
S1 couldn't fight anything.
Again, S1, I like the idea, but the double centers, even if those centers can shoot like the Tatsumasa Oda and the Toru Hanegata, it just does not work. Okay, you'll probably say, but Terra has 6 points. That's the only 6 points that they have. He's got 5 rebounds, but look at how Gun has underperformed in that game. They really are not finding the value when Gun is the only one who's actually on a character that scores. And looking at the other edge of the spectrum, you were asking for the blocks, 10 blocks to the 2 of S1. Wow.
It just felt like every single time that Gun was trying to shoot a shot, pun intended, LB, MZ, they were just there, man, and their timing on the blocks was impeccable. Gun, that's the first time we've actually, I think, seen him on a scoring character and gotten 0 points. That was just an insane game from HM all around.
Insane game.
My
and
God.
Just, again, I think it's the... Excuse me. I think it's just the lack thereof of respect from S1, or maybe they just really feel like the strategy is going to work out. Again, the trend dictates that when you do have those 2 centers, you can get all the rebounds that you want. You have amazing zone control. You can give it to your scorer, but this is still a 3 versus 3. And if your one player is the only one that you put all your baskets with the scoring, again, we talked about this with the Kaidorukawas that put themselves on just the scoring department. It just does not work. But at least with the Kaidorukawa, you have more chances to attack because of how many movesets he has compared, I think, with the Kenji Fujima, who can't really move around the court as quickly as the Kai Rukawas, the Nobunagas, the Kirasendos. He really just falls, below that marker. And he's supposed to be somebody who's a point guard that passes the ball around like the Shinichi Maki, right? So he's not the only scorer in this game. So having him with the double centers just is such a big, I think, loss of offense power. And now,
that's true.
Is this going to be the final stretch? They have brought back Lon because he is going to be bringing out the Kaide Rukawa. And will Lion, or excuse me, not Lion, but Gun, will he bring out the Shinichi Maki?
I think he's gonna have to at this point. But they will be picking up the Takanori Yakagi first. Man, Gun. Yeah, I had high hopes for him coming into this last day of the tournament, but so far he just hasn't looked as strong as he did in the group stages in yesterday's knockouts. And yeah, he will be putting in Shinichi Maki, while LB will be on that Kenji Fujima. And somehow, LB on this Kenji Fujima has been performing a lot better than Gun. I'm just gonna straight up say it.
Yeah.
HM enables him so much, and he's not afraid to take risks. Every time the ball touches his hands, goes for the shot. And that, I think, is how you should be playing against a team like HM. I mean, their blocking is on point, yes, but they can't block everything. You have to go for every single shot that you can. You can't look for the perfect setup because that won't exist when HM is just consistently hounding you. But let's see how they play, because they do now have the Kaide Rukawa again.
Oof. This is literally the same picks that we had on game number 2. And that ended 21-19 in favor of S1. So it was still very close, but S1 barely got out, so maybe they can still do the same here. I really do like this double man setup that they have. Although, wait, was that Lon that played the Kaide Rukawa back then? Yeah, it was. So yeah. This might be another repeat of that, and they could push it to a game number 5 here.
Yeah, you see, though, S1, they are taking their time here, trying to set up something, trying to break some ankles, and that is going to do it. They break both of LB and SS's ankles. Finally, get a wide open shot for that Rukawa, but you shouldn't be looking for the perfect setup here. You really shouldn't. You have to be looking for anything you can, and as you can see, LB already trying to do it. The put in from the Toru is going to net HM 2 points there.
That's what they need. That's what they are looking for here. Lon, now he's a different beast than before. When he's not the only one that's scoring, when he's alleviated the pressure of always having like 2 defenders on him, he can move around a lot more freely. And S1 are recognizing this more and more, like at least here in the Asia Championship, and they're making it work so much better than before. I really like this composition that they brought to themselves. It opens stuff up. And HM, it's going to be a bit of a struggle until the point that they get that green light for LB. Still, really good block to come out from MZ though.
Yeah, but all right, I mean, another good attempt from the rebound though. It's going to be up to Gun, wide open to keep it going. And yeah, S1 with a double score. I think this should be the play for them. HM, they are finding a little bit of difficulty because it's just LB to go for the shots, but at least he has that Toru to get the put-ins, and that's kind of been the story here. LB goes for the attempt, it doesn't go in. Oh, great steal though. And now he's going to have the 2-pointer. HM pull ahead by 2. And just HM being incredibly aggressive, not afraid to take any shot they can get. Oh, that is just the Kaide Rukawa special. Even without the ult, he sinks that layup in. But wow, yeah, LB, again, unafraid to take a shot whenever and wherever.
Yeah, unafraid to take a shot. I think LB really has gone the distance. He is also kind of reading where the movements will be from Lon. Really good stuff there to pick up the ball once again. And LB, not afraid to take it, not afraid to lose it. And the put back from MZ. Okay, we got ourselves a game in our hands here. S1, they got to be swaying just a little bit They should have, yep, their ultimate's up and running. Can they block it? Can they pick it right back up? HM is on fire. Every cylinder, offense or defense, they just have everything working out for them. Goodness.
Lord, who needs the perfect shot when you can just take any shot and then have the Toru Hanagata to make sure that it goes in? You don't even need to rebound, but at least this one, the ultimate use by Gun, sensing, the Emperor sense, finding a shot right there, but okay, you don't pass it over to Gun, that's not what you want to do. But at least they're keeping the lead a little bit closer to home. The good block though. Why did he stop there? I think SS thought that he found it. Oh, great block from the Gorilla Dunk. He had to use his special skill there though. And another block, 18-second violation. HM defensive monsters here.
I'm not sure Lion might be... oh my gosh, he got ankle broken by a Toru. No, that doesn't happen. Oh my goodness, that that is not looking too good. The blocks coming in. LB's got the green light. This is the big momentum swing that HM are looking for to create more pressure. Lon and the rest of S1 now trying to create that space. Nice little move around from the east to the west of the court. Able to bring the ball all the way there, but the problem is they can always get answered back by LB, who is literally on green fire right now.
He is. And okay, another block. Every single attempt by Lon, by Gun, has been interfered with in some way. So many blocks from HM. And okay, once again, LB with a green light through the interference. Doesn't matter. He's buffed up. He's gonna sink that. 6 points in the lead. 54 seconds on the clock. There's so much pressure for Lon and Gun to perform here. And they're trying to use movement to their advantage. Great wide open shot, but the Maki, he can sink those threes, but it's a low percentage shot. And here we go, the Toru Hanagata, he's going to get blocked out though. It still is in the hands of HM, and that should be wide open jumper, and the rebound blocked! The rebound dunk blocked. Once again, another attempt, another wide open two, and HM, this could be it for S1. They have to make up 8 points in 25 seconds. I don't think that's possible, especially if LB just steals the ball from you. There's a jumper from the Hanamichi. The put in from the Toru. 10 points, man.
I think MZ should be the high scorer in this game. I don't think it's LB. I feel like it's MZ. He's been putting so many putbacks, to be honest.
And the skyhook.
That is
true.
Putback. Oh, look at that. They're just giving him the ball now.
Yeah, he's the real scorer here. Look at that. He beats the buzzer too for that one. My God. It's the Toru. It's the Toru that you don't expect.
I love it. It's the
to carry the game. I love it.
Amazing pivot play there from the Toru Hanagata. You move to the right, you fake it, use your step to go to the left. It literally is basketball movement for you, and they do it so well in Slam Dunk Mobile that I think some people just think, oh no, you just shoot like this, but no, there's other moves that you can utilize to fake people out. It's still player versus player. You can fool them with some movements, and that Toru quick set that you saw is basically that. 16 points! There it is! MZ!
Yes, sir!
Oh my.
Woo. And 7 rebounds as well. Deserved MVP there. 22.9 score points, but oh man. Yeah, I think HM is going to give JD a lot of difficulty here in the grand finals, because that's exactly where HM is going to be going. S1, they drop from the winners finals to the losers finals, 2 out of the tournament. They will take 3rd in the Asian Championship 2021, but I hope you guys are ready, because the last match of the tournament is going to be a spicy one.
Oh, definitely true. S1 was just on a whole different spectrum here. I really love HM. I really love how they started moving around the ball a lot. I feel like S1 at some point already got frustrated. That's why you're seeing them just like frantically running for the ball, trying to steal it because they know that they didn't have enough time. They lost composure and basically lost control of the court. And that's why you saw MZ was like, Okay, it's my time to try to do my moves here, show my Toru Hanagata ability set, and boy, he shows us the range. You know, sky hooks, dunks,
All the putbacks,
floaters, as well as the pivot movements. That was all so well done by MZ. And I think HM just can't do no wrong anymore. LB's going to be the MVP though, but to be fair, he has been doing so much more in all of the games in this series.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. LB, he did enable in that last game, MZ to be able to take those shots. But in the other couple of games, him and MZ were kind of even, because this is kind of the definition of teamwork. You know, you pass it over to your teammate if you're being guarded relentlessly, and then let him take care of it. You see a lot of wide open shots from that Toru Hanagata come through. Shots that you really didn't expect him to make, but also all of the attempts from LB gave MZ the opportunity to get those putbacks, to salvage those shots, and that's just something that S1 was not able to do, because once again, they're looking for the perfect setup. It doesn't exist. You just need to go for the shots and rely on your teammate to put it back or rebound it, and that is what HM has. They have complete faith in their teammates. It again, this is a team game. It's not just one person who's going to be the star of the show, and I think that will make for a very, very good grand finals, because HM's play style is incredible to watch.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Even though Slam Dunk Mobile is somewhat of a different, basketball game, there's a different set of trends here, metas, even the basic rules of the game itself and the environment of the game, the engine and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You still have to respect that in basketball, you have your centers that basically control what's underneath the paint, but also can go for shots if you need them to. You have the point guards that aren't supposed to be only going for shots. That's a little bit too ace player mentality, to be honest. You have to pass the ball around. Then you have someone to kind of fill in between the two of that. I think HM did a fantastic job at just kind of showcasing what that looks like coming in here to Slam Dunk Mobile. And now moving forward, I really feel like we are going to be in for a treat here. JD and HM are both teams that can go neck and neck, I think, at this kind of style of play. And we could be looking at a full 7 games coming in to that next series here, ladies and gentlemen, because now both of the Korean teams that play incredibly methodical but also slow have already been knocked out.
Yep. S1 and IRT have been taken out of this tournament. And right now it's very interesting because we have the traditional Chinese and the simplified Chinese divisions going at each other's throats here for the grand finals. JD from the traditional Chinese and HM from the simplified Chinese. It's going to be a bloodbath, I think. There's going to be a lot of really cool moments in this one. But JD, they play incredibly aggressively as well. HM, their style of play that we just saw, playing off of the Toru and the Kenji, that is something that could throw JD off in a couple of games. So I am incredibly, incredibly excited to see what we have in store for the grand finals. Everything's been culminating to this, man. All of the past 5 days will be settled right here in our next match, the grand finals, ladies and gents. Do not go anywhere. This is still the Slam Dunk Mobile Asian Championship 2021 grand finals up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asian Championship 2021 Slam Dunk mobile game. We are now here at the final stretch. The finish line is already right in front of us, and two teams remain. It is going to be JD versus HM for the grand finals.
That's right. My name is Ethan. Coming at you with me is Asra, and we're gonna have the honor to cast this game or this match for you guys. This is gonna be a best of 7. Up to now, we've been doing best of 5s in the knockout stages, but this time it's gonna be a best of 7, kind of mimicking, the actual NBA and stuff. But it's this is going to be an intense match. You saw how JD absolutely dominated S1, and then HM did the same. So it's going to be a bloodbath. I feel there's going to be a lot of picks. I think that both of these teams are comfortable with, but also maybe a couple that will throw them off. I honestly have no idea who is going to come out on top of this. Traditional Chinese versus simplified Chinese. Ooh, there's a lot going on here, my guy.
It really is. Lots of questions specifically on the players, I think, for JD. Is that Shell 7 with his Yoshinori, I think it just doesn't work. And it really has shown that it does struggle. And they do rely on him to still make some points alongside HB. But I think it works even more when he plays as the Nobunaga. Still, I think they might want to try their hand a little bit here. It is going to be that best of 7. We are going to be on a much more slower game than a best of 5. You can try to maybe move a little bit more picks, units coming into these matches. So I am curious if they will actually bring back Shao 7 on that Yoshinori. Now I'm wondering if JD is actually gonna be on the first pick, because if it is, HB would probably be getting his Kaidurikawa, LB will not, so LB will probably go for the Kenji Fujima. But what if he gets banned? What's gonna be the other answer here for JD? It really is, I think, a battle of drafts here, because both teams have very, very identical picks that they absolutely want to win these matches compared to the final, compared to the previous series that they both went in on.
Yeah, fair enough. It really will be a battle of drafts. They have to outthink each other, because the way that they play is kind of similar. Very aggressive, but also aggressive on the defense, if that makes any sense. Always chasing the shooter, always trying to get that block, and HM played that to perfection in their last match against S1. And I don't know though if JD has the same disposition. I don't think they have the same kind of playstyle as S1 did. So that was a counter to S1. But now when they're kind of playing the same kind of way, what is the answer there? How do you counter that? But first off, we're gonna be banning out the Yoshinori Miyamatsu, we're gonna be banning out the Ultra Kaidurikawa, and HM's gonna pick up the regular one. But that does mean the Ryota Miyagi comes through along with the Tatsumasa Oda for JD.
I like this. So this means that they can set up for a 3-pointer. Yoshinori has been banned out, Suichiro Jin as well. So this means that they could go for maybe the Hisashi Mitsui. That's a good one as a shooting guard. They could also go for the Kiminobu Kagure if they wanted. That could even things out. But if they go for maybe a Kazuma, that is, I think, a really bad shout. They will be banning the Toru out to even things out, and the pick immediately for HN was the Kazuma. There you go.
I mean, Kiminobu Kagure is going to be the pick here for JD. This did not work out so well the last time we saw it. I think it was in the hands of S1. But they do play a lot differently, and with the Ryota Miyagi to pass it on over to Kiminobu, and also the options that are open because of that Tatsumasa Oda, this could be JD abusing the mobility of that drive of Ryota Miyagi to get it into the hands of the Oda to get the fadeaways. That's what we see that has been really effective.
It really has been. At least you know that 3 of your characters all can shoot. So it's not only going to be up to the Ryota Miyagi to keep the pressure rolling. Here's the thing though. Xiao 7 relegated to actually go for center. So I think he might be feeling, it's either he prefers the Tatsumata Oda or he's feeling a bit pressured to be that starter for JD. So they're playing this a little bit more differently compared to what we saw from the last few games.
That's right. And now HB, what's the move gonna be? It's going to be the drive in, step back, Steph Curry. Good wide open shot, opens himself up, and that was what was missing from S1 when they were playing this exact same comp. But now, good attempt there. The rebound will still be on the side of HB. And again, LB has just been kind of allergic to this ball. SS is the one who gets it back though. Another shot and this one will go in. Yeah, LB doesn't want the ball to be in his hands longer than 5 seconds. Always looking for an opportunity to shoot, which is kind of what you want to do with the Kaide Rukawa. But now the Miyagi, Mr. Miyagi, will he be waxing on this court? He's gonna go for the drive and layup, and that's what we want to see. That's the Ryota Miyagi that is that we expect to see, playing for himself a lot more than just passing.
Yeah, it's no fear, right? I mean, what's the harm in trying to see if your opponent can actually react to it? I feel like if you expect that they can do it, but you don't know that they can actually block it, then you're putting yourself in just a bad shot. Ooh, yeah. That ultimate gets better and better the more behind you are and the more clutch the scenario is, but this early on, you have to space out properly. Still, though, that's going to be HM with the first 2-point lead, or 4-point lead in this series. Back into the possession of HB. He's looking to fade away, but LB's just too close for the slapback. Oh, that's a steal.
Great steal as well. Now, LB, you know he doesn't want to be having this ball for longer than 5 seconds. It's going to get rebounded by ZZ though. Oh, he actually gives it over to MZ, which means that LB has another opportunity here. He's going to go for the step back shot. Who's going to get the rebound? It's going to be JD. And now, going into the Miyagi, he goes for the drive jump shot. Does not get it. He's going to get rebounded once again. But that's the fadeaway. Oh, even though it was wide open, did not sink in. That's not something that you usually see. Here, though, is the lightning fast. Can he actually be fast enough here to get it over to ZZ to get a 3-pointer? Unfortunately not. Tatsumata Oda, though, the step back. No, still nothing. And now the rebound on the side of LB. He's gonna go for it. He's not gonna get blocked. The Kaide Rukawa two-handed layup. 6 points for HM in the lead.
You hate to be just in the receiving end of that. MZ bringing the ball all the way around. And I like this allergic strategy from HM. The chat's probably going to be wondering, what the heck is the allergic strategy? It's more of, we were talking about it, right? Just release the ball almost as soon as you get it. But, I mean, okay, that was a great interception. But what is kind of good about that is if you already know where your opponents are and you're already physically or mentally prepared to just keep shooting your shots, right? It actually works a lot more here because now it puts the opponents into overdrive where they have to be always alert that you're just going to be popping the shot as soon as you get the ball. Speaking of which, though, ball is taken once again. This Kazuma player, MZ, is such on a tear defensive-wise. Opening stuff up first. That's going to be the leave around. LB, a little bit of a misplay there. He actually passed the ball to SS, but ultimately still sinks in the shot. 12-point lead here for HM. JD is just not on a good placement here.
Yeah, but there's still 1:08 left in the game. They're 10 points behind, sure. But I feel like they're getting run around because they're not prepared for all of the aggression. And there is the very flirty ball going in finally after a few bounces on the rim. They're not prepared for LB to just be pounding the ring all the time. Another windmill dunk to bring it to a 14-point lead. I don't think we've seen a game this dominant in our knockout stages. That is a huge lead, and that's all on the back of LB, SS, and MZ just playing absolutely perfectly the allergic to the ball strategy. Oh, the Kazuma game-winning rebound. That's just so hard to deal with. And then he passes to the guy, the Rukawa. 18 points is the lead for HM. I think they can just fully AFK this round and JD still wouldn't win.
Yeah, that's very true. JD, now they're just popping a couple, but I mean, that's a bit too far now. This could get blocked, maybe. There it is, finally, but it's a little bit too far from what they're looking for. Great little retake there by MZ. He brings the ball back to their side, gets a shot in. Speaking of which, blocking again HB. All down to the Kaido Rukawa for the wide open 2 and 12 seconds left. We are 20
points.
As a lead. That is ridiculous.
In the grand finals too, HM, they're playing perfectly. Absolutely insane. JD, they were looking incredibly dominant, and they were from the winners side of the bracket. And Jesus, this grand final, there's the skyhook. It won't hit, but still, HM dominates that game with an 18-point lead, Asra. I don't think we've seen a game that dominant in this entire knockout round.
Yeah, we were expecting something similar, or we were kind of expecting something like this to maybe happen if JD was not able to overcome their initial issues, and that being the fact that Xiao 7 just has difficulties with shooting from time to time. He's very hot and cold regardless of which character he uses, and it really has shown. Like, it was supposed to be HP and Xiao 7 to start things up, because they cannot expect ZZ to hit a 3 almost immediately, because that would mean that he was perceived as a threat. He'll be focused on by the defenders, and that basically crumbles down the offense for JD, right? So it had to be HB and Xiao 7, but the amount of times that they just kept missing the shots and not getting the rebounds was just what ultimately lost them that first game.
But, man, I mean, you can't expect ZZ to hit like the 3 off the bat, but you can't also expect ZZ to not hit anything at all that entire game. A total of 0 points for the Kiminobu Kagure. It just was a tragic game for JD, and I think that's kind of shaking up their mental right now. HM looking incredible going into here. They're definitely pulling out every single stop on the way to this championship, because that first game, if that's any indicator of what's to come, JD, they need to completely change up their strategy. They need to really rethink how they're going to play against HM, or else they're just going to get massacred here.
They definitely are. You have to be a little bit more afraid of what's to come if you're not careful. Thankfully, though, JD, they're going to have first pick priority once again. They should bring back HB with his Kaido Rukawa. This could give them a bit more, how do I say this, a bit more control. They could bring back Xiao 7 with, they could probably even take a play out of the book of the last series where they had like a Kaido Rukawa plus the Shinichi Maki. That was a really good 1-2 punch combo for your offense. And it also actually does a pretty good damn defense as well, I think. But yeah, it really does seem that JD just seemed to have that issue of being able to finish off what they started if they don't have that Kaido Rukawa. And now at least they'll have it for HB. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, but already off the bat, HM is going to pick up the Skinhead Hanamichi and the Toru Hanagata. This does signal that they maybe want that Kenji Fujima. But JD may think that they have to ban out the Yoshinori, as that may be too much of a threat if they are not just on point blocking him all the time. So this does open up a lot of possibilities for HM, and yeah, the Yoshinori will be banned out. I think HM, they're going to be banning something like the Kazuma here, perhaps. No, it's okay, they really don't want this ball stolen from Kenji Fujima then.
Yeah, they really are respecting that that loss of ball momentum, I guess, which I think makes sense because you just want to get as much momentum with the Kenji Fujima, especially when you want him straight up with the green light. There it is, Shinichi Maki, man. Yeah, they're gonna look for all-out defensive. It's a good improvise, because again, you don't need that many centers anymore. If you have faith of getting control on the ball, just leave it to the one center and have more people actually be able to shoot their shots and move the ball around. And Shinichi Maki, I think, is a really good pickup for that.
He really, really is. But the thing is, right, you have to be able to actually put that plan into motion. And that is not the easiest thing in the world to do when you're up against a team as aggressive as HM is. They're just on JD's case 24/7. And because they took out the Ryoji Ikegami, the steals aren't going to be as potent here. So, but you know, the Kenji Fujima, he definitely has his he can steal. He's got his hoodie on. He's got a mask on. He's looking to take a heist, but he's also kind of just a really good all-around shooter. As he goes for the first shot, a little bit short. Thanks for proving me wrong.
The awkwardness of like, oh, he's a great shooter, and it's like instantly just, you know, short shoots a open shot. Speaking of open shots,
wide open though.
Oh my gosh, the put
back
again, put in for days. HM, they just know where to shoot. They just know where to put it all the way back. They just, you know, missing a little bit, but they still find the hole and just sink it right through. Gosh.
Yeah, finally. But great blocking, though. I think this is what is stifling about HM. Look at that, 2 blocks in a row, and finally the ball once again goes over to LB. He is going for the wide open shot, sinks it. HM find a 4-point lead, and the momentum right now, Asarai, is insane for HM. It's so stifling, their defense. A wide open hit, though, will mean that HB is at least able to find a point for JD this time.
You will find some that opening for JD, but the putbacks are making it so much worse for JD here. I mean, they make a mistake on the shots, and somebody's just there to immediately rebound it and give it to JD's turn, and then they get them, or excuse me, to HM's turn, and they get the putback. It's really difficult to kind of go away from that. Positioning from SS, I like it. He makes sure that whenever there's a block, he can always just keep the ball in their court. Still, though, it's not always going to happen. Nice little game sense on the Emperor's sense there, but still gets spotted by MZ. I think we always talk about how LB is one of the linchpins for HM as a team. This Toru player, Toru Hanagata, has been such a big help as well.
He really has been. All right, HM find themselves a 4-point lead. They want to keep this stifling defense going as well as the offense, but great blocking. Yeah, that defense is just so hard. Okay, Emperor sense will come through. Xiao 7. He's gonna sense that. He's gonna sense the court and take that shot. Keeping it close, but that wide open hit will get put back in by Toru Hanagata. That's kind of what we saw as well in their match versus S1. Sure, Kenji Fujima just let go of the threes. If they go in, cool. If they don't, you got that Toru to pick up the slack.
And the great Toru player really has such a big impact, to be honest. Ooh, that's a nice little pick and roll there. A little bit dicey, but still in the end, it's a swish. Shell 7, nice little movement as well, and that is a great little twofer as well from JD here. They're not out of it just yet, but they still are trailing a bit of points, and not akin to a real-life basketball game. 4 points is actually a commanding lead if you think about it, because of how short the rounds are.
And they're gonna extend it to 6 as well. Lord, HM just looks so in control. JD, they're getting mind game to heck and back. Great interference as well. Just HM, they're hounding JD so much. That goes in! Oh my god.
Oh no.
3-pointer.
Oof. Nails in the coffin once again, and the green light is up. HB moving around a little bit here with the Kaede Rukawa, but is it gonna be enough? The Xiao 7, I like how the movement is there, but when he can't really shoot a shot, it's gonna be a difficult task. But when MZ spacing, you don't really expect it to go that way. But these skyhooks, man, it catches you off guard. So many chances, and again, LB sinking those twos with the green light. It really helps out. Shao 7 now a little bit more afraid. Where's the slap back? Follow through. There it is. Two more defenders to deny this Kaide Rukawa. And he's going to try to go again, but MZ is just the Tower of Babylon. Can't reach it because of how high he is.
Ooh, yeah, the Tower of Power here. Although, man, HM, 9 points in the lead with 50 seconds left, and they have the ball. Green light is on, and it's all go here for LB. Yeah, he's making full use of that green light. The Toru drives in, tries to break some ankles, gets a crossover, but he does get stolen from. This, with 34 seconds on the clock, I think this is still a pretty insurmountable lead for JD. 7 points with LB just going for the shots all the time. The Sakuragi rebound dunk to cinch that in.
Slaps it. 9-point lead, 30 seconds on the clock. Shao 7. Oh, that is an Emperor Sense. Nice little bump into the defender, loses him mid-air. Is it enough? Are they going to be able to get more from that? Because again, the answer from HM is swift and fast. And it's always almost a sure shot. This is not looking to be a series where these guys can go back in. And again, with the Emperor Sense, I'm liking it. It's the answer back, but 7 seconds, 15, or 7 points, 15 seconds left on the timer, and a 3 to almost sink in. My heart almost stopped, but the putback is there for that safety here for HM. I don't think they're going to be able to get this anymore. We're going to have to look at Game 3 as to how JD can just stop the bleeding.
Yep, a wide open shot, though, will bring it back to a 7-point lead. 2 seconds left. LB will just run away with the ball. HM take 2 games in a row, Asarai, and ooh, I bet JD is sweating right now.
They're looking a bit worse for wear, to be honest there. Not what we were expecting to see out of a Shinichi Maki game, but it seems like they understood what they needed to have. They were trying to have more tools for what they felt like they needed. It really seemed to be the case, but the big problem to that is, again, I feel like Shao 7 just cannot find more openings. 12 points is amazing already, but it still pales in comparison to what HM can output. And even if there's an improvement to you, if there's no improvement against the opponent, it still is ultimately going to be a loss.
Yeah, and that's just the problem, right? You need to be able to improve consistently, and you need to just, I don't know, you need to be on their case. You need to be as aggressive as HM is being. Because, I mean, it's not even LB who scores the most points. It's MZ, looking like a true MVP. 12 points, 7 rebounds, 5 blocks. You need to be as aggressive as HM with their blocking, with their defense, if you want to even stand a chance, because their strategy is just grab that Toru Hanagata, take every single shot you can, and then just put it back in all the time. Yeah. You don't even need to go for like the Kaide Rukawa shots or the Kenji Fujiwara shots. Just do it. Just put it in, and then if you miss that, it doesn't matter. Put it back in.
Yeah, exactly. 3
times in a row.
Yeah. Again, when they went up against S1 to get them here, that last game, right? It was 14-26 in favor of HM. MZ, the Toru Hanagata, had 16, 17, and 2 points, rebounds, and blocks. That is almost the same stats as this match, which was 12, 7, and 5 points, rebounds, and blocks. So we're probably going to be looking for maybe a second ban onto that Toru Hanagata, because it's just too damn strong for HM here. But looks like they're gonna adjust a little bit. They do have the Kaide Rukawa. SS is just gonna be given his Hanamichi, and now question lies. I'm pretty sure they're not gonna go for another attacker here. MZ and SS, they're both defensive players, and they like to go for power forwards as well as centers that just help them do that case. But it seems like JD will actually go for the Kazuma. Is that the better option? Because Toru in the hands of MZ is a weapon.
Yeah, Toru is the most important character here, I think, for the side of HM. Just because he can salvage so many shots. And once again, we're going to see the Ryota Miyagi, Tatsumasa Oda, and Kiminobu Koguri on the side of JD. But this didn't work game one. HM is wise to this. And because they were able to pick up that regular Haramichi Sakuragi as well, the Wawa defense is really going to be stifling Kim and Nobu's options here. Even with the Ryota Miyagi, it's going to be very tough for JD.
It's still a best of 7, right? This is not the final game for them. They still have a chance to bring it back. This composition looks solid. It's a good compromise to what they were lacking on, and we'll see how this pans out. Shao 7 again on the Tatsumata Oda. This is a throwback to that first game, and we'll see how this kind of goes. But LB on this Kaiderakawa is just an assassin. You cannot let him sneak by, or else he will just accumulate damage over time. It's that RPG thing. It's just a whole thing. It's very difficult to go against.
That's right. And HV there, he was so free. LB was like right next to him, but he is trying to go for the passes, and there's the pass onto ZZ. I don't think it's gonna go in. It's gonna get rebounded and once again into the hands of LB. What's he gonna do? He's going to have to shoot a shot here soon. But look, they're trying to pick it up. Oh, that's not how you pass to your teammate. But LB jumping instead of actually receiving the ball. He's gonna go for an airwalk dunk. And that is the first 2 points on the board, 45 seconds into the game. All right, that's more what you want to see.
Yeah, that's a contest. That's a shot that keeps them a bit alive here. I think they can't let that little bit of advantage be started by HM. It's like a bonfire, right, in the middle of the forest. When you don't turn it off, or when you don't properly put it out, it just turns into something even more massive and catastrophic. Excuse me. So that's the thing that you don't want HM to kind of happen here. Oh, that's some really good blocks now from Shao 7. He's activated on that defending side.
That's right. The step back from the drive from the Ryota Miyagi, that's what you need to be doing here. If you're JD, you need to bait them into thinking that you're going to pass. Look at the pick and roll in from MZ. He's really trying to screen for LB. Well, he's trying to get that windmill dunk going, and he will. That's just the danger of a Kaiderakawa, and JD are very, very well aware. So, man, the Ryota Miyagi though, it's slightly being read here. Wide open shot for 2, and HM find the lead once again.
Once the lightning fast comes out from HB, I feel like it's going to be a different spell now. ZZ, that's a big one. Nobody blocks it. And the 3 points, the swish and flick of that wrist. 7 points in. A point lead, but still, you can't see right now that JD is starting to create some bit of stability. You know, they're getting composure of themselves, and this is looking, I think, much more smoother from them. Now HB has the lightning fast. This is huge. They can actually start working some magic here.
Oh, that was wide open.
Exactly that.
How it, the SS was not able to get in front of him quickly enough to actually make it happen. But the windmill dunk will be blocked as 2 players jump up to receive it. Here's a lone wolf shot. It's almost impossible to block. And finally, JD find themselves a little bit of a lead here. 3 points, a little comfortable, but still not perfect. That is just gonna sink in, and HM using that allergic to the ball strategy.
Ooh, that's a
great block though.
Yeah, that's a good little block starter there. HB now moving around, passes the ball once again. I'm liking the motion here. I'm liking the swiftness. They're not hesitating anymore. They're attacking the rim as fast as they can. And they are starting to thin the lines a little bit here, but it still is going to be HM throwing the ball back as soon as they get it. It's a little bit more difficult, but they are creating the options that I think we were looking for. That is a huge pickup from Shao 7. If now HB can sink a shot, this would be huge. Still, ooh, that's again, rebound king Haramichi Sakuragi, always at the ready to get an opportunity for his teammates.
That's right, but now Let's go. The floater from Toru Hanagata is going to once again give HM a 3-point lead, but that's a wide open drive into a jump shot from the Ryota Miyagi. A minute left on the clock. HM still in the lead. The Sakuragi dunk is gonna get blocked. Very hard to block it, but somehow JD did. The rebound king does it again, and LB finds a wide open space to take his shot from, and it's looking very scary for JD.
JD, man. They still have a lot of options. Back into the second lightning fast here from HB, and look at the fadeaway as he gets it in. 41 seconds, 1 point. Is the deficit, is the difference. LB, oh my god.
Oh.
Wait, that wasn't a 3, right? Yeah, that wasn't a 3.
No.
Yeah, it just looked like it was, but he released it way before the 3-point line. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was just stepping back too far. Here is a wide open Ryota Miyagi pass into jump shot from Xiao 7. Well played there, but you can't give LB the opportunities, man. You just cannot. Now they have to sink a 3 in order to even just tie it up. It's going to be up to ZZ, and I think they know this, but instead, it's going to be the drive jump shot here, and this is what we wanted to see. Ryota Miyagi playing a little bit more quote-unquote selfishly. Oh, great steal! Great steal. This is an opportunity, huge opportunity for JD. Can they sink this in, though? They have 5 seconds. They cannot afford to get this blocked. Oh my! It's gonna get blocked! And HM, they deny the last-second buzzer beater. They're up 3-0, match point in this grand final.
He made a huge mistake. He just thought that shooting a shot, HB won't go for the block? That is wishful thinking, my friend. He didn't even try to drive. He didn't even try to lose the defender. He just straight up sized him up and went in to release a jumper right in front when the jumper of Ryota Miyagi isn't really that quick release as well. So, these are my sounds of like just regret and frustration. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh,
I'm speechless.
Oh my gosh, that they could have won that.
They could have won it.
The pressure went to HB for sure. Like
it really did.
He was wondering, should he pass it to ZZ, and ZZ just gave the ball right back at him, and he was like, do I drive this?
Dude.
There was no time. Do I just jump it? Yeah, there's like 2 seconds on the clock. I can't really waste any more time here. He shoots his shot, and then it just gets bodied by HB, or excuse me, by the Rakawa player, by LB. There we go.
Yeah, LB.
Oh no!
What a performance again by HM. That's right, it's match point. Are we gonna see a 4-0? In this best of 7, the grand finals? It's been so competitive up to this point.
Oh my.
But it's possible because HM, it just seems like they've read everything that JD has ever wrote down in their playbook. And it's so hard for JD to even get a word in edgewise. Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
I wonder what JD are feeling right now.
What's going on in their heads? I mean, I don't think it's the picks anymore. I think the picks that they've gotten are all really good. It's more of the execution and how much I think they feel pressured. Like it really feels like they are able to just, keep it neck and neck. But when it comes to the final stretch, they have what we call the choke mentality, I feel like. They just panic a little bit more. They go into that overdrive of thinking and just they miss their opportunity to bring a game in. Still, this is the final stretch for them. What's the play?
Right.
They're the first pick. They immediately give HB that Kaide Rokawa.
Yeah, and they're gonna be banning the Toru Hanagata, and HM responds by banning the Tatsumasa Oda. And HB on this Rokawa, man. This is gonna be deadly. Ryota Miyagi still the pickup here for HM. Oh wait, no, sorry. Yeah, HM, they're the one who's gonna be picking the Ryota Miyagi this time. But JD, they do ban that Toru. I think finally they've caught on to the fact that they have to do that. They have to ban that Toru. Otherwise, it's gonna be really tough. But I want to see now how HM plays with the Miyagi. They're also gonna be picking up the Skinhead Hanamichi. So this is going to be a different style of game. Shinichi Maki gonna get picked up for Shao 7 though, so JD trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Kiminobu has been banned, so that means okay, Kazuma banned, but that I don't think that HM really have a 3-pointer in mind because they did pick up both Hanamichi and Ryota. Oh, they're gonna get the regular Toru Hanagata. Interesting. Instead of the
Ultra.
I think that's the advanced one or the Ultra
Yeah, it's
one.
the Ultra
Yeah.
one. It still has the same, I feel like, some not same, sorry, excuse me, but like similar skill sets,
Yeah.
to say at the least. You just don't have that back cut dunk. But what he
Yes.
does have is somewhat similar to the lone wolf shot, which is the fadeaway shot. So I think it still could work. I'm anxious to see how this fares up to the other Toru Hanagata because, again, the Ultra version is what we've been seeing. But one of the characters that I am fairly akin to, or fairly what do you say? How do you say this? Fairly exposed to is the Toru Hanagata because he's my secondary if I don't get my Ryota Miyagi, and he plays quite well, to be honest. Like, you just have to level him up quite to a high degree, and you obviously know these guys have that. Plus, he has glasses, so he's cool.
Yeah, the cool factor goes up a little bit. I mean, you also have to be like an absolute Chad to wear glasses without straps when you're playing basketball, and that just yeah, that's a Toru. But HM already finding a lead here. Their Ryota Miyagi is a little bit different. They're not hinging on another shooter. They're putting kind of all the eggs in this one basket and being very defensive about it. HB though going to go for the windmill dunk to even up the game.
Okay. Now it is going to be
Fade away.
That's gonna go in.
Wide open.
Oh, it's gonna
No, it
actually
doesn't.
get rebounded. Still in the hands of HM though. They're kind of forcing the shots from MZ a little bit, and his release is a little bit interesting, but he can go for those fadeaways. It is a play, but you have to. What's the word here? If you make a mistake in the movement, it turns into a standing jumper, then a fadeaway jumper. You have to like angle the joystick away from the basket to actually get it to work like that.
Yep. But so far though, he's been playing it really well. There's a wide open hit. Finally, JD makes some space. They find a way to get HB into a wide open spot. Great drive into the basket of Sakuragi, but LB. Oh, the Sakuragi dunk though. This Ryota Miyagi, I don't think he's gonna be scoring. I think he's gonna force the issue by driving and then forcing the pass into one of his teammates, and really forcing JD to guess. And that is, I think, a very cool strategy. Great block on the windmill dunk. And now it's once again in the hands of LB. A wide open jumper, and HM have found 4 points to lead just from the Ryota Miyagi passing. He hasn't actually scored anything on it by himself, I don't think. Ooh. Behind the back dunk.
That's a quick little transition there. You've angered the Kaide Rukawa. He's here to play and here to stay. Ooh, that's the activation on the lightning fast. This is going to be huge. Look at this rebound. Look at the triangle of offense from these guys. On the right, it's SS. On the left, it's MZ. And all three of these guys from HM can actually shoot. It's ridiculous how they can find any of these openings. Same cannot really be said for JD here, who can only really have Shao 7 as well as the Kaide Rukawa. Is it going to be enough though? Because we are dwindling down. We're breaking down the timers now. Shao 7, he's primed the shot. Not really going to happen. ZZ wants to go in for a standing dunk. But MZ, I feel like this guy is just on fire right now. He is the on-point spacer, the on-point center for from HM here. And they are blocking, just countering every single thing, every single play. HB finally finds something, but that took a long time to make happen.
Yeah, a minute 30 left in the game, and it's 8-10. SS goes for the jump shot, but he's not able to get it. Back into the hands of LB, back into the hands of SS. The wide open shot. You gotta be guarding these guys. They're not really expecting the Toru and the Sakuragi to actually be going for the shots. Here's the kind of Rakawa ultimate. It's going to go in, of course, the two-hand layup after the dunk fake. But is it enough to bring them to the lead? Because right now, HM, the way that they're playing, there it is, finally, the Sakuragi rebound dunk will be blocked though! Oh, that's such a good block. And now in the hands of Xiao7, another block into the hands of HB. It's a turnover, and the rebound goes to the Toru. And now, it's going to be the passing wide open jumper. The mind games, Asteroid, the mind games. They expected LB to drive it and pass, but no. He just stands still, jumps up, and takes a shot. Once again, the lightning fast is activated. He goes for the shot, but no, the rebound goes to the Takanori this time. Oh, wide open hit from the floating jump shot there from Xiao7. Keeps it tight though.
Xiao7 really stepping up, and LB.
They're playing for time.
Yeah, there it is, the fadeaway shot.
Fadeaway!
Just like the lone wolf shot, man. It's really difficult because he basically just like turns around and just bumps in away from players. Xiao7, dude, he's getting red, and MZ is a monster. He just knows what's about to happen there. The turnover, the body-to-body ratio here, 20 seconds on the clock, and HM, all they got to do now is just move the ball around, keep it away from the hands of JD, and this tournament, this championship, this title is already in their hands. You can see it already. HB has called it awesome match.
Yep, there's the block, but it's too little too late. HM will be your Asian Championship 2021 Grand Champions. 4-0 in a best of 7, Asarai. Who'd have thought? Big claps for HM. That stands for holy moly. What a game.
They just could do no wrong. Champion quality there. They looked roughed around the edges when they started, but the more they played, the better they performed. HM just went above and beyond to basically evolve in this tournament. We saw it in our very eyes. They just got better and better. There was nothing I felt like they could do wrong in this game. A little bit low scoring, but it doesn't really matter because they got control of the ball so many times that JD just could not find the openings that they were looking for. And look at how evenly spread the scorings are. It's not LB anymore or MZ that gets the highest scores. It's SS. But I gotta say as well, MZ, he has to be my MVP. This man just opened up opportunities with the Toru Hanagata. You know, breaking the stereotype that shooting forwards, ace players are the only ones that can influence the game.
Nah, son, this center has just been the best thing. The consistent Toru Hanagata play in this grand final, allowing the Ultra version to go through 3 times in a row before they actually finally banned it, and then the regular Toru Hanagata doing as well. Lord, how do you beat this team? They're so versatile in the way that they play, and they, even with the draft, they play the mind games, man, and I think that's just kind of what you need to be doing as well. Playing the mind games with your opponent, and in the middle of it, just saying, hey, you expect us to do a certain thing, we're not gonna do that. We picked the Ryota Miyagi not to pass to a 3-pointer. We're gonna play power forward, we're gonna play center, and then the Ryota Miyagi, and we're gonna pass. You're gonna have to guess. My lord, what an absolute mind buster. MZ, yeah, he's gonna be the MVP. Very well deserved. Great series from HM, and it's gonna be the simplified division that take this championship. They're the best team in Asia right now. HM, holy moly.
Wow, look at the average pointings. Everything just a little bit better for HM in this entire game. The only thing that they may lack a little bit is the stealing, but to be fair, they had incredible rebounds. So why do they need the steals, right? This is just the perfect series for them. And it happened in the grand finals too, right? There is like, I just cannot believe it. So with that, we're done.
That's it. That's it.
Oh my gosh.
This is the earliest we've ever ended a stream.
Yeah.
In the grand finals day.
Yeah.
This took less time than the group stages. What? Just because HM just beats it. And keep in mind, HM, they fought their way up from the lower bracket. They were in the lower bracket to start off the knockout stages. And they won all the games. Well, not maybe every single one, but they won every match to get to here. And then they just dominated 4-0.
They dropped nothing.
It dropped nothing in that grand final. And if anybody deserves it, it is HM.
Yeah, they definitely did get that W up. Gotta say, though, for their opponents, JD, S1, they took them all out. We were already expecting S1 to get back at a second try against JD here, but we saw the evolution that HM were able to bring. There's a lot of teams right now that we see that are still struggling with certain compositions because other teams play the exact same roster, so you have to have something else left planned for you, or else you're going to be left into a perspective where what happens if your opponents actually take your wanted picks, right? Your just picks. And we see HM, I think, being the better of every team to just adjust to that. And it's incredible to see how that works because it's not easy adjusting playstyle to certain characters because they obviously don't have the same movesets, maybe similar, but not the same movesets as the characters that you were hoping for. But damn, HM just exceeded all expectations and they went the absolute mile. These guys are absolute units, and that means that, well, now it's already confirmed they're going to be the champions. And yeah,
best team in Asia.
I'm hoping to see them on the next one. Hoping to see probably these other teams on the next one as well.
Man, that I really thought at least that JD would get one game in.
Yeah,
I was hoping to have it be a little bit more competitive, but what can you really do? When the meta so far for this tournament has been ban the shooters, ban the shooting forwards, but you never expect to have to ban out that center, to ban out the Toru Hanagata of MZ, and he just pulled it off beautifully. That first game, shoot, put in. And up to that last game, like you saw how they changed their playstyle from game to game to game. It was absolutely beautiful, and that just shows I think HM really do have the best mastery of Slam Dunk Mobile, at least in Asia at this point in time.
Yeah, for now. They're going to keep their crowns. They're going to be happy. Their bragging rights is extremely up there. And everyone that they fought, again, just became much, much more easier for them. I think as they kind of grew as players, this was the best output that we've seen from HM. Some of the teams really just lagged a little bit behind there. And when all is said and done, that, again, will be the end for it. I am curious how other teams will be starting to integrate the new characters we are seeing. There still are, some of the missed maybe updates that we'll be getting. We'll maybe be seeing Ryota Miyagi with an Ultra Form, other characters that will be having Ultra Forms as well. And maybe that will be influencing a lot more heavily the teams here because we are only seeing the Ryota Miyagi have like that 3-point movement where it's either drive to layup, drive to fadeaway, or drive to pass. So that is something definitely to watch out for here. Now, looking into it, tournament bracket, it's been a hell of a week. It's been a long day, and now it has concluded.
I mean, Also, look at the journey that HM has had from the lower bracket. 3-0 CO, 3-0 IRT, 3-1 Hot, 3-1 S1, 4-0 JD. They have been on an absolute tear, and they haven't even gone the distance in any of their matches in the knockout stages because they're just so dominant, and it's very hard to counter a team that is as versatile as them when it comes to switching strategies in between games and even in game. But really, you should have banned out that Toru Hanagata sooner, man.
Even if they did, though, right?
They're still the regular version.
Yeah. But I think it might have actually helped them a little bit, though, because the regular one that MZ was using, I felt like he was struggling a little bit. But at that point, I felt like JD was just playing subpar to what they had when they brought that game one movements, So maybe if they adjusted it a little bit earlier, like you said, we could be looking at a longer series here. But when all of that dust settles, man, cannot believe that we have passed 5 days of casting Slam Dunk Mobile. After this, I will just I don't know, man. I will just be looking at my ceiling and just wondering, how did that happen? How was that our ender for this day?
Same. I really thought that we were gonna get a 7-game series. I really, really, in my heart, thought that, it's going to be so close.
Yeah.
It's gonna be traditional Chinese versus simplified Chinese. Neither wants to give an inch. But somehow, HM was just like, you know what? We're just gonna beast this. We are absolute units. We're just gonna dominate the entire lower bracket. We're gonna dominate the grand finals. We're gonna prove that we're the best team in Asia at the moment. I don't know how they did it. I mean, we saw how they did it. We know how they did it. But still, at the end of the day, congratulations, HM. It's been an honor watching and casting the Asian Championship for you guys. Hopefully, we'll see you in the next one. My name has been G10. Coming at you with me has been Asarai. Thanks for watching the Asian Championship 2021. See you for more Slam Dunk in the future.